Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 245 of Java for Tester series, that is JDBC. So in this video session, I am going to explain about JDBC. So what exactly is JDBC? Let's find it out. So JDBC stands for Java Data Base Connectivity. Okay, JDBC stands for, or full form of JDBC is Java Database Connectivity. So JDBC. Okay, JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity. But what is the purpose of JDBC? Why we have to use JDBC? Why Java has this JDBC concept? Let me explain, guys. Let me explain. So let's say you have this code. Let's say there is some Java program here. Okay, there is some Java program written here. Let's say this is a Java program. Okay, just assume this is a Java program, and from this Java program I would like to connect to a database. I'd like to connect to a database from my Java programs like this. Okay, there is a database. Let's say there is a database. I would like to connect to the database from the Java programs. So connecting to database, and then not only connecting, guys, but also I would like to perform SQL operations. Let's say, okay, I would like to perform the SQL operations on this database. Not only connecting to the database, but also I would like to perform some SQL operations on this database, like retrieving the data, updating the data, okay, maybe filtering the data, whatever it is. Okay, all the SQL operations, whatever we know, that I want to perform on this database from my Java programs, guys, not from outside. Okay, from between the Java code. Okay, I would like to do all these things. So how this is possible, guys? How this is possible? This is possible with the help of JDBC. Okay, in Java we have concept known as JDBC, using which we can connect to the database from the Java programs and perform the SQL operations on the database, that too from the Java programs only. Okay, with the help of JDBC. JDBC is a concept which belongs to the Java only. Okay, using which we can connect to the database from the Java programs and perform operations on the database using the SQL operations on the from the Java programs itself. So before you actually understand this JDBC, you should have some knowledge on these two things. Okay, that is, first one is you should have some database concepts, some knowledge on the database concepts you should know. Okay, what is a database, what is a DBMS, what is RDBMS, what is a relational model, okay, what are the different data models, such kind of knowledge you should have. So which I already covered in the previous videos. Okay, before this video there are two videos, guys. In one of the video I covered this database concepts already, and you should also know the different SQL statements. Okay, using these SQL statements we can perform queries, or there are a lot of commands in this SQL statements using which we can perform operations on the data that is stored into the database. Okay, we can retrieve the data, we can update the data, we can delete the data, like that. Okay, so using these SQL statements we can perform. And also the SQL statements are also covered in the previous video itself. Okay, not only the database concepts, but also the SQL statements are also covered. Just watch two videos before this JDBC concept. Okay, before this video there are two videos, guys. One video is on database concepts and another video is on SQL statements. Just cover these two videos, guys, then you will understand all the things about JDBC. Okay, assuming that you went through these two videos which are already covered before this video session, let's start working on this JDBC. Okay, let's start working on the JDBC, where we are going to connect to the database and perform SQL operations from our Java programs with the help of JDBC. Okay, let's get started with a practical demonstration on JDBC now. Fine, guys. So let's move to Eclipse IDE. What's the first thing we have to do? Before doing anything here, we need to launch XAMPP. Okay. So coming to XAMPP, what is XAMPP and all the stuff? Okay. Why we need XAMPP and why I'm going to launch. These things are already covered in this video, guys. Okay. In this video session, which I covered before this, I covered how to install XAMPP and how to start the MySQL database. Okay, DBMS, MySQL DBMS from the XAMPP. Anyhow, I'm not going to cover that again. You can refer to the previous video, guys, if you have not gone through the XAMPP and all. Okay, open in my system. Let's go to the C drive. Okay, so where XAMPP has already been installed here. You see, there's XAMPP folder which is already installed. How to install XAMPP and all those stuff I already covered in the previous video, guys. You can go through the previous video if you have not installed XAMPP in your machine. Okay, open this XAMPP folder in my C drive. Okay, in your C drive after installing XAMPP or so, and then scroll down a bit where you can see this XAMPP control, XAMPP control. Open this, double click on this. When you do that, you will get this control panel of the XAMPP where you will see different modules. You have to start this MySQL, guys. Okay, click on the start. Click on the start button. Okay, MySQL DBMS has started running in my machine at this port number known as W30 that is 3306. Okay, 3306. Fine. What is this port number and why MySQL is running on this port number? All those things I explained in the previous video, guys. I'm not going to do that again. Now the next thing that we need to do is after starting this MySQL DBMS from the XAMPP software. Okay, the next thing is that in the same XAMPP folder you will see something known as MySQL folder. Okay, open this and you will go to this bin folder and select this and type CMD. Okay, CMD, and from here we need to connect to the database, that is MySQL DBMS. We have to connect MySQL -u username we have to provide, that is root -p I have to say and press enter. It will ask for the password. The password is also root, guys. So why I'm giving the username root and password root, all those things I explained in the previous video, guys. Okay, without previous video, if you come, you will not understand anything here, guys. I suggest you to go to the previous video, complete that, and then you will understand all this stuff. Okay, just press enter, guys. Now you got connected to the database software. Okay, now I would like to see what are the different databases. Okay, under this DBMS software, what are the different databases available. For that, there's a command. You already know this command, which I explained in the previous video. That is show databases. Okay, what are the different databases we have? So in this MySQL DBMS software, we have these different databases. And in the previous video, I showed you how to create this database known as QFox. Okay, I showed you the different SQL commands for creating this QFox database, right? So I'm going to use this QFox database. How to use? I have to say use QFox. That's it. Okay, these commands, all those things I explained in the previous video, guys. Okay. So fine. Now we are in the QFox database. In the QFox database, I would like to see if there are any tables. Show tables. This is the command. Then you will get a table. Okay. So in this table, what are the records we added yesterday? Added in the previous video. That is select. You have to say select star from employee. Table name is employee. If I do so, I'll get all the records or the data that got added to this employee table. Okay. All these things I did yesterday, guys. Okay. So if you're not understanding any of these things, you just go to the previous video and understand this. Okay. Fine. Now we have this MySQL database management system software running, and at the same time, we have this QFox database and in the DBMS, and in the database we have this employee table. In that table we have this records. Okay, we should be aware of all these things before I start JDBC. Now the data is there and all those things are there. Now what I need to do next, I need to create a Maven project. Okay, I have to say file new project, and instead of selecting Java and then Java project, you should not be doing that. You have to select this Maven and select this Maven project from here. Okay, this needs a Maven project. Click on next, guys, after selecting Maven project. Then you have to select next again without doing any change. Quick start is selected. Don't change anything, just click on next. Now here, guys, what I will do is I will give the project name. Okay, what is the project name I want to create? That project name. I'll say it as JDBC demo. Okay, I will give the project name as JDBC demo. And I have to give some package name, guys. I'm just giving it, you can give anything. I'm just giving it something like QFox. Okay, click on finish. The Maven project will be created in some time. Yeah, the loading has been done here. Let's expand this. And after we create the Maven project, we have to do one thing, that is expand this src main Java and the package under that, and also expand this src test Java and the package under that. We don't need this app.java or app.test.java. Delete them, guys. Okay, these are auto generated, you can delete them. Okay, they are no use for us for now. So right click on this under src test Java qfox jdbc demo, just right click on this package and select class, give any name like demo. Okay, give any name like demo and select public static void main, so that this main method will be auto generated. Click on finish, guys. You see the demo class with the main method got auto generated now. Okay, so here inside this main method I'm going to write the Java program, and also not only the Java program, guys, but also we are going to configure this JDBC inside this Java program, so that we can perform the connection to database or performing operations on the database using SQL queries from the Java program. Okay, so before moving ahead, what we need to do is we need to download a dependency. Okay, so there is a dependency known as this one, guys, MySQL connector Java. Okay, there is a dependency known as MySQL connector Java. We have to get that. So how to get that? So go to MVN repository, open Chrome browser or any browser, and search for MVN repository. You will get this URL, mvnrepository.com. Select this, guys. When you do so, you will get this text box where you will search for MySQL connector Java. Okay, you have to type these 3 statements, because in our case, our database management software is database management system software is MySQL. So we have to get this dependency downloaded. Okay, in other case, you may have some other database management system, that is Oracle. Okay, for that another type of okay dependency may be required. Okay, so here, since we are using MySQL DBMS for our JDBC demonstration, so we have to type this MySQL connector Java and click on search. You will get this results, guys. You need to select the first one, MySQL connector -j, MySQL connector Java. Okay, just click on this. When you click on that, you'll get a lot of versions of this MySQL connector J. So select this 8.0.19, which looks latest. Go into that and select this Maven. Okay, under the Maven tab, we have this Maven dependency. Copy this entire thing and go to Eclipse ID. Open this form.xml file and enter and just provide these things here. Okay. So we have added the dependency. You see, automatically when I save this jar file, that is MySQL connector Java, got downloaded under the, you see, .jar got of MySQL connector got downloaded here. Okay, that's fine. Next thing, what next? What next we have to do? So once we have done that step, then we can start. Okay, we can start writing the things. Okay, writing the code inside this main method for JDBC thing. Okay, so first thing is string URL. Okay, string URL. You have to give the URL as JDBC colon MySQL colon / localhost colon 333 that is 333306. Okay, 3306, and just provide a slash at the end also. Okay, put a semicolon. So this is JDBC and this is MySQL DBMS. This one you have to remember, guys. Okay, localhost means your local machine. Okay, the machine in which this particular Eclipse ID is there, that is local machine, localhost. Okay, local machine in which port? 3306. That is, where is this MySQL running? 3306 is the port number where this MySQL DBMS is running. So I have to give the same thing, JDBC MySQL. Okay, URL of the DBMS software, guys. Okay, which is running with which port number? 3306. Okay, 3306. You have to give this entire thing. Okay, to connect as part of connecting to the database, we have to perform this. Second thing is string DB name. Okay, Name of the DB. What is the name of the DB that we have created under this MySQL DBMS software? You can see here. There are many databases inside this MySQL DBMS software. One of the database that I created is, the previous video I created this database known as QFox. Okay, I will say QFox. Okay, give the database name that you are working with. This is the database QFox in which we have this employee table. Under that we have this database. We are going to work on this data now. Okay, that's why we are connecting to QFox database here. Okay, we want this information. Okay, name of the database under this MySQL DBMS software. Okay, then string. There is one more thing required, guys. Server time zone. Okay, and here you have to provide question mark server time zone is equal to UTC. Okay, if you don't provide this, you are going to get some exception. Okay, some database exception you will get, guys. That's the reason you have to provide this. There you will get some issues with the time zone of the MySQL server. Okay, timestamp or time zone issues of the MySQL server will be there. So you have to set the server time zone to this particular thing. Then only things will work out. Now, guys, I will club all these three things together. Okay, I'll club URL, DB name, server time zone together. That is with a different name known as DB URL. Okay, I will create something like string DB URL, which is nothing but URL plus. I'm concatenating these three strings. URL means this particular thing plus QFox. That's the reason, guys, when you are concatenating this one with QFox, a slash should be there. Then what happens when this gets concatenated? After slash QFox will come, right? JDBC colon MySQL colon / localhost colon 3306 / QFox. Then this part will be appended. Okay, then when you say plus server time zone. Okay, this is what we have to do. Then, guys, finally we got the DB URL. Okay, this is the final DB URL, guys. Okay, we have to combine all these things to get the DB URL, which these things are required for connecting to the database, guys. We are preparing the things so that we can, using these details, we can connect to the database. Next thing is username and password. What were the usernames and passwords? When I'm connecting to the MySQL DBMS, I have given some username and password, right? What are the username and password I have given? Username is root and password is also root. For remembering purpose, I kept username and password as same. Okay, so I have to say string. Okay, username, that is username is equal to root. String you have to provide root, and string password is also root. Okay, same thing. Password is also same. Now we got the DB URL, username, and password. These three things will be enough for connecting to the database. Fine. So now, next step is we have to follow this step blindly, guys. That is, we have to create an object for MySQL driver class. Okay, you'll understand what is this. Okay, so without creating this object, you cannot proceed further. So this is a prerequisite, guys. Okay, can't do anything about that. So for that, I will say string driver is equal to, okay, for driver class I'm creating, I'm just giving a name for this driver class by giving string driver. Driver is the name of this driver class, and you have to provide double quotes. Inside this, what I have to do? I have to give some path. Okay, what is that path? Under the Maven dependencies, you will find this MySQL connector Java. Okay, which have provided into the pom.xml file. The dependency tags I provided in pom.xml file. This jar file got downloaded, right? We have to select this jar file, expand this. When you expand this, you'll find a lot of stuff. You have to find something like com MySQL cj.jdbc. This particular package you need to find. Expand this package. Then inside this JDBC package, you will find this driver.class. For this particular class, we need to create an object, guys. So in order to create the object for this particular class in this package of this jar file, there is a process like string driver is equal to, you have to give the package name like com.mysql.cj.jdbc. What is the class name? Driver. Okay. So for this particular thing, we have to create an object. So if this class is directly available in our project, we can directly create an object. But this driver class is available in the one of the Maven dependencies we downloaded. Okay, so we have to follow this process. Okay, so I have given the name for this driver class as driver here. So now I have to create an object for this driver. So I have to say class dot for name. What is the name of the class I provided for this driver class? I have provided the name as driver. Copy that here. Okay, copy that here. class dot for name dot new instance. This method in Java will create an object for this whatever the class you provided. Here driver is referring to driver class. For the driver class we are creating the object. This is the only way we can create objects for the classes which are there inside the packages, guys. Okay, hold the mouse and select add throws declaration, okay, to overcome that compiler errors. Okay, fine. So I'm not going to implement the try catch blocks here because that if I implement try catch block right away, that will make your understanding more hard. Okay, so I'm just skipping them by adding the throw statements. Okay, throw statements. Fine, that's fine. This is the first step. The next step is we need to, after creating an object, we can now connect to the database. Which database we need to connect? We would like to connect to the which database? QFox database in MySQL DBMS. DBMS. This is the requirement, right? We need to connect to the QFox database because I am working on the data which is there in the QFox only. Okay. So we are using QFox database. So in that we have employee table, in that we have data. So we have to connect to the QFox database. For that, what is the approach? There is something known as driver manager, I guess. Driver manager, manage driver, I guess. Okay. I'm just confused about the word. So let's take it from here. Yeah, driver manager only. I'm correct. Driver manager dot, okay, driver manager dot have to use this method known as get connection. Okay, driver manager dot get connection I have to use, and it should have get connection. Let's filter out. Sorry, driver manager dot get connection. When I say there are three overloaded methods, I have to take something which has URL, username, password, because I created all this DB URL, username, password already. Right? I'll select this one so that the first one I have to provide this DB URL, the complete URL. The second one I have to provide the username. Third one I need to provide this password. Okay, just copy paste these things here. So now we made a connection to the database. Over the mouse and say add throws declaration. So now this get connection. Now using this statement we got connected to which database? QFox database, because we gave all the QFox database details here, which is there in the MySQL DBMS, right? So using this statement we got connected to QFox database already. Okay, what is the next step? Now let's execute. After connecting to the database, what we can do, guys? After we got connected to the database, we need to perform some SQL operations. Okay, we need to perform the SQL operations on the database. So in order to perform the SQL operations, okay, we need to execute the SQL statements on the QFox database. We have to execute the SQL statements on the QFox database. I will show you the SQL statements using which we can, okay, using which we can retrieve the data that is stored in the database. Stored in the database. So we are going to run some SQL query statements on the QFox using which we can retrieve the data that is stored in the database. Okay. So let me show you how to do that. So in order to run this SQL statements, we need something else. Okay. From after this connection, this get connection method returns the connection class. Okay, connection class. So I'll simply say connection is equal to, hold the mouse on this and select create local variable. You see, you got the object of this connection. Using this object connection, we have to say dot. Okay, connection dot, I have to say create statement. Okay, create statement I have to use. I have to create a statement, guys. Okay, there is a reason why we have to create a statement. So we need to create a statement after connecting to the database. We need to create a statement so that this particular create statement will return the statement class. Okay, we need that statement actually. Object of the statement we want. Object of that statement class we want. Statement is equal to, over the mouse and say create local variable. Okay, this particular object of the statement class we want. So that using this object we can execute. Okay, now I can say statement dot execute query. There is a command known as execute query. Now here I will provide select star from which database. In this QFox database, there is a table, right? What is the table? The QFox database, there is a table known as employee table. This employee table, select star from employee, we said, right? This is the employee table. So I have to provide that employee, okay? Put a semicolon here. So this will run the query. This particular SQL statement will be run. It will be executed. But as a result, we have to get what, guys? We have to get these 3 records, okay? In the employee table, we have these 3 records. Arun Moturi, with who stays in Hyderabad with experience 12, Varun Care, who stays in Delhi with experience 10, Tarun Bapati, who stays in Bangalore with experience 5. These 3 records we need to get. So execute query will get you those 3 records. The result is return type is result set. Okay, we need this result set, guys. So result set is equal to, okay, hover the mouse on result set and say create local variable. We got an object of the result set. So I have to write this logic, guys. While result set dot next, we have to say there is a predefined methods for this result set class known as next method. What actually this next method does is, now we have 3 records: Arun Motori, Varun Care, and Tarun Bapati are there, right? When you say the result set dot next, the control will come to the first record of this particular employee table. There are three records here, as you can see. Okay, the control will come to the first record, that is Arun Motori record. Okay, when you say next in the while loop. Now, since there is a record, we'll enter into the while loop and system.out.println. Here I have to say result set play dot get string. Okay, why I'm saying get string, guys? Because the first column, that is emp name, is of string type. Experience is integer type. Emp name and location are string type. So in order to, when the control is in the first record, I want to get this Arun Motori. In order to get the Arun Motori, I have to use this command, guys. Okay, result set. Apart from the next method of the result set also has this method known as get string. Okay, I'm using that to retrieve the data from that particular command column. Get the string of column name. We have to provide the column name. What is the column name here? The column name is emp name. Emp name is a column name. We have to give the exact name, guys. Okay, emp name. That is done. Now, how to get the second column? What is the second column, guys? Location. Is it string or integer? String. So location is the name. So same thing, guys. We have to say plus the same result set dot get of string. Get string. Okay, and we have to give the column label, that is location. Now let's get the data from the third column also. Okay, that is plus the same result set dot get int of column label I am selecting. Okay, I have to provide the column label here. That is nothing but experience column label. Like this, guys, we have to do. So what happens here is, when this while loop runs, first the control, when this result dot set dot next is executed for the first time, the control will come to the first record. Okay, since the record is there, we'll go inside this while loop, and this particular print statement will print get string of emp name. Okay, that means get string of emp name is Arun Motori. So Arun Motori will be printed here. Okay, then I am concatenating that result with some slash for separation, guys. Okay, this thing I am using for separation because I want to separate these 3 values with this hyphen. Okay, like this. Now result set dot get string of location means this Hyderabad will be retrieved. Okay, then result set dot get int of experience means this experience 12 will be retrieved. Okay, I have to say get int. That's the reason. So after that, after printing this first record, the control will come to this result set dot next, where the control will come to this whether there are any other records. Yes, there are. Other than this Arun Motori, there are 2 more records. So the control will come to the second record, that is Varun K. Again, we'll go inside the while loop and all these 3 details will be printed. Again, the same thing will happen, that is result set dot next will be executed. The control will check whether there are any other records. Yes, last record is there. So Tarun Babati Bangalore 5 will be printed. And after that, the control will again go to the result set dot next, where it proves that other than these 3 records, there are no other records. So this condition will fail and will come out of the while loop. After the all the records in the table got printed will come out of this while loop, guys. Okay, like this, guys. So far so good, guys. Using this, what we are able to do, guys, we are able to retrieve the data from the database using this statement select star from employee. Okay, this is the way to do that. Okay, but guys, there is one thing you need to understand. Okay, that is that one thing is nothing but you have connected to the database here, right? You have connected to the database here using this statement. You have connected to the QFox database in the MySQL DBMS. But how can you be so sure that your connection is correct? So already how can you be so sure that you have really connected to the database? To check that whether we have really connected to the database or not, we have a command. Okay, that is you have to say if condition. Let's write down the if condition. This connection. Just copy this connection. I will say dot is closed. There is a command known as, there is a predefined method of this connection class known as is closed, which will check whether the database is open or closed. If you run this, what will happen, guys? Is closed means if the database is not open, that is the connection has not been done, then this will be true, right? But if the database is connected, we are connected to the database, in that case this will result false. So I will say here not of. Okay, I'll give the not of connection dot close. That means if the connection is open, this will become true. Okay, if we are connected to the database, this particular complete condition will become true. I'll put all these things inside that if condition. Okay, inside this if block, I'll put all these things. If the connection is set, if that connection is already made to the database, then only we'll perform all these things. Otherwise, we should not be performing these things. If the connection is in closed state, and if the connection to the QFox database is in closed state, what is the matter of doing all these operations, right? So I have to check this command, guys. Okay, I have to check this condition. If this condition is true, that is not of connection dot is closed is true, then only we can perform this. That is when the connection is open, when the connection to the QFox database is set, then only we have to perform these operations. So far so good, guys. Let's run this program to see whether whatever we want is happening or not. Okay, so run this program. From where we can run this demo.java, we have to run. Okay, right click. Let's save it first. So right click, run as Java application. You see all the 3 records that are there in our employee data table of the QFox database got printed. Arun Moturi, Hyderabad 12, Varun Care, Delhi 10, Tarun Bapati, Bangalore 5. Whether all this data has been printed? Yes, Arun Moturi, Hyderabad 12, Varun Care, Delhi 10, Tarun Bapati, Bangalore 5. All the details got retrieved. Okay, from the employee table, we are able to retrieve all the data using this logic. So far so good, guys. But guys, I have another requirement. Okay, here also I can print one more thing, guys. That is, I will print after the connection is after it is proven that we have really connected the QFox database. I will simply print that connected to QFox database, so that we'll know like we got connected to QFox. Let's run this again. Right click, run as Java application. In this result, it will say that connected to QFox database. After connecting to QFox database, we have performed the SQL query on the QFox database, and we got this data from the employee table. Okay, all these things are done. Now, apart from this, retrieving all the data that is stored in the database, I would like to, I'll just add this separation line, so that whatever the result that comes will be after this line. Okay, this will also be printed in the output. Fine, as a separation line. So here I want to execute, this time I want to execute SQL statements on the QFox database only, the same SQL statements on the QFox database only, using which we can retrieve the filtered data. Okay, I don't want to retrieve all the data. Here what I did, irrespective of the data, I retrieved all the three records, right? Or complete data I have retrieved from this employee table from this QFox database. But here, based on some condition, I want to filter the records. I don't want to retrieve all the data. I want to filter for some records and retrieve only that particular records. For that we need to perform. We need to go through a different approach, guys. Okay, this create statement will not work, guys. Okay, this create statement will not work. This create statement will not work. For that we have to use some other things. That is, we have to say again connection dot, but create statement will not use this time. Okay, we'll use some other thing. So that is connection dot. Instead of saying create statement, we have to say prepare statement. There is another thing, guys. Okay, similar to create statement, there is another thing known as prepare statement. Using this prepare statement only, filtering is possible. Okay, if you say connection dot create statement again, you will not be able to filter the results. Okay, you will not be able to filter the retrieved records. If you want to filter the retrieved records, then you have to go with the prepare statement instead of the create statement. You have to go with the prepare statement. This is another thing. Okay, so prepare statement of string SQL. You have to select this part. So here you have to provide the SQL kind of query like selector star from, okay, select star from employee where emp name, this is the column, right? One of the column is emp name. Emp name is equal to some question mark, we have to say, and using which I want to filter the records. I want to filter the records with the help of employee name and experience, let's say. Okay, employee column and employee name, I want to filter the records. I have to say here and experience, experince, experience is equal to question mark. Okay, like this I have to say. After this, so this will return you the prepared statement. Okay, prepared statement. So prepared statement. Earlier when we used connection.create statement, what did it return? It returned an object of this statement, right? But now when I call this a prepare statement, it will return you the object of the prepared statement. Over the mouse and say create over the mouse and say create local variable. You see prepared statement. Okay, object of this one has been created. Using this prepared statement object, I have to say prepare statement dot set. Okay, I have to set this employee name and experience, guys. Okay, using what data I want to filter. Okay, what employee name and what experience I want to filter the records. I have to say dot set employee name is a string, right? This employee name is a string, so I have to say dot set string. Set string of, here out of these two columns, this one is the index one, this one is the index two, guys. You have to remember that. Okay, based on the order. So I have to give the parameter index as one here and have to give the data here. I'll give the employee name for filtering the records as Arun Motori. Okay, in this I am going to give Arun Motori, guys. Okay, for filtering the data. Again, the same prepared statement we have to say, then say dot set int. This time int because this experience is an int type. So here index should be 2 because 1 and 2, and the value is, and here the value is 12 because in the table we have given 12. So using this employee name and experience, we are retrieving this record, complete record. That Hyderabad location also will come now. Okay. So now, guys, once we are done with this, we have to say prepared statement dot execute query. The same command. Okay. Here also we have used statement dot execute query, but here we provided the query. Here you don't have to provide query because the query is already provided in this prepare statement. Right? You don't have to provide again. So this will return the result set. Here also the statement as execute query is returning you the result set. The same thing you are getting, guys. That is result set you are getting. Since already we have this result set, I will say result set 2. I will say, okay, just to avoid the duplication, I will say result set 2 over the mouse and say create local variable. Now using this result set 2, whatever the records that came, we want to print it out. So I will copy the same while loop here from here to here, and I will replace this result set with result set 2. Okay, because this time we got result set 2. All the places where result set is there, I will replace that with result set 2. Result set dot get string of employee name, result set 2 dot get string of location, result set 2 dot get int of experience, like this. Now if I run this code, guys, just let me know. Just can you guess what is the record that will be retrieved from the employee table of the QFX database? Which record will be retrieved? Based on this data provided, the record which is having the employee name as Arun Motori and experience as 12 will be retrieved. That means this only first record will be retrieved. Out of 3 records inside this employee, only the first record will be retrieved based on this details. Okay, let's run this and see whether that is happening or not. Right click run as Java application. You see, only one record got retrieved. After this lines, only one record got retrieved, that is Arun Motor record. Earlier, when we have used this create statement, we got all the records that are there in the database. But when I filtered the data using this prepare statement, this time I got only one record because I provided the employee name should be, I want to select the data from the employee, all the records from the employee table whose employee name is Arun Motori and whose experience is 12. Then only that record will come. Like this, guys, using the prepared statement, we can do that. Okay, using the create statement, we can only retrieve all the records, but prepare statement, we can filter the records, guys. So we are able to do so. But we are done with all the things, guys. Okay, like whatever I wanted to show, like how to retrieve the data, how to retrieve the filter data. Okay, I did that. Apart from this, at the end, we need to close the connection to this database. Okay, here we have connected to the database, right? This here is a place where we connected to the database that is QFox database. Once we are done, it's a best practice to close the connection. So what I have to do, I have to say, I have to copy this connection. At the end, when you are done, after this if, I'll go here and say connection dot close command. There is a close command. Okay, using this command, using this method, we can close the connection to the database. To check whether the database connection is really closed, I have to say if connection dot is closed. Okay, if it is true, that means the connection to the database closed. I'll print out something like this: system.out.println connection to the SQL that is QFox database is closed. Okay, that's it. So this is the best practice, guys. Okay, to do like this. Right click, run as Java application. You see, connected to QFox database, then retrieved all the things using the create statement, then filtered the records and retrieved only the required record using the prepare statement. Once that is done, we have closed the connection to the database and this got printed. Okay, like this, guys. From our Java programs, if we have to connect to the database and perform this kind of different operations like retrieving the data or filtering the data and any other things we can do, guys. Okay, I just showed you how to retrieve the data and filter the data for now. Okay, so to do all this kind of stuff, we have to use what in JDBC, what in Java programs, guys, we have to use something known as JDBC. Without this, we cannot connect to database. We cannot perform SQL operations on the database. So, guys, this is all about the JDBC, guys. Okay, this is all about the JDBC that I wanted to cover as part of Java. Okay, so that's it about the JDBC Java concept, guys. We are done with the JDBC. The next video session, we'll move to the next topic, that is Enums. Okay, there is a topic known as Enums in Java, which I will be covering in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 246 of Java for Tester series, that is Enum. So what is Enum? Enum, in simple terms, is a group of constants under a single name. So let's understand this statement. I'm saying that enum in simple terms is a group of constants under a single name. What exactly is a group of constants? Let's focus on this group of constants. In order to understand this group of constants, you have to understand first what is a constant. What is a constant in Java? Once you understand what exactly the constant in Java, you will understand a group of constants easily. So in Java, if you have to represent a constant, you will write something like this: public final int and count is equal to 5. Here you can see this variable is specified with final non-access modifier. When you mention a particular variable with final non-access modifier, you cannot change the value. Okay, once you assign some value like 5, you cannot in the next steps you cannot assign a different value to this particular count variable. And also constants are generally represented in caps, that is like this. To represent something like count, you have to write COUNT completely in caps. This is actually a constant, guys. Okay, you can use this constant anywhere and its value is not going to change. This is all about the constant, guys. Why we use constants in Java? to create some variables whose values are constant. They're not variable, they're constant, guys. There is a difference between variable and constant, right? In variable, for a variable, the value keeps on changing. You can keep on assigning a new value to the variable. That's why we call it as variable. It values changes, so variable. Whereas constant, the value is constant. It will be there only. The value will not be changing. That's why we call it as constant. Now, let me show you practically how a constant looks like in Java. Okay. So let's say this is a Java project. If you create some class here, say demo class, with some main method. Inside this main method, uh, you don't need a main method actually. Okay, you don't need a main method. I was habituated to create the main methods inside the classes, so I said like that. Okay, let's say there is a class. Okay, inside the class you can create a constant. Public final int count is equal to 5. Okay, this is a constant, guys. This count is a constant. You cannot change the value. Just try to change the constant. So for that, let's create a main method and try this. Public static void main string of args like this. Now let's try to change the value of this constant. If I say count is equal to from 6, immediately I will get a compiler error saying that. Okay, so it's saying first you need to change it to static. Let's change it. Still you are getting the compiler error. The reason for the compiler error is count cannot be assigned. Okay, you have to remove this final non-access modifier from this count, it is saying, because this is a constant. This is a final value you can assign to this count, and you cannot change the value anywhere. That's a constant, guys. This is all a constant. Why we use constants? Constants are used in general where if the values are fixed, okay, they are not going to change. Such kind of things are constants, guys. We sometimes need the things like constants in our programs, where whose values once assigned should not be changed. Okay, we should be aware of that. These values will not be changed. So we should not allow other areas in the program to change the value of this particular variable or constant. You can say to change the value of this particular constant. So such is the use of the constants in Java. That's fine. That's so much about the constant anyhow. But guys, here I am saying enum is a group of constants under a single name. Under a single name. I'll explain how you can create a group of constants under a single name using enum. Okay. Anyhow, you understood what exactly a constant is. So don't get so much involved in such a way that this constant is same as enum. Okay, they are different, guys. Enum and constant both are different. Okay, I just explained to make you understand what exactly a constant is. But enum is a different thing. Okay, enum is a different thing which I'm going to explain soon. Let's delete this. Let's delete this and then let's continue with the remaining portion of the session. So enum is a group of constants under a single name, and it is also known as enumerated data types. Okay, sometimes people also call this enum as enumerated data type. Okay, we also call enum as enumerated data type in Java. Enumerated data type. Fine. So guys, now let's start looking to enum in a practical way. Okay, how to use enum in Java. How enum is a group of constants under a single name. Let's find it out. So enum, in order to create enum, we have to use our Eclipse ID. We should have a project. Okay, you already know how to create a class or interface, right? How do you create a class, guys? You have to say right click on src or something and say new, then class. A class will be created. How to create an interface? Right click, select new and interface. Similarly, not to create an enum, you have to say do the same thing, that is right click, select new and select enum. You have to select enum. When you select enum, new enum type kind of dialog will come. Similar to creating a class and interface, you have to create enum, guys. So you have to give the name here. Now let's give some name as color. Okay, enum name I am giving as color and click on finish. Public enum name. Okay, public enum name. An enum got created, right? An enum got created. So we have to create enum like this. Similar to class, we have to create an enum. So how this enum is a group of constants, we need to understand the next thing. First you have to create an enum like this, and how this enum is going to be a group of constants. So inside this block of enum, you have to specify the constants. That is, what are the different colors we have, guys? I mentioned this enum as color. So let's take some example of color constants like green, blue, green, red, blue, white, purple, yellow, orange, black. Okay, black. Any other colors left? There are many colors, right? There are many colors actually. Okay, this will be enough for now. Green, red, blue, white, purple, yellow, orange, black. Okay, these are all constants, guys. You see, I have separated these constants with comma here, and at the end you just provided some semicolon. This is optional for a while. Okay, this is optional, but better to keep, guys. Better to keep. So green, red, blue. This is white, purple, yellow, orange, black. These are all constants. So a group of constants should be represented inside an enum like this. Enum is a group of constants. Enum is a group of constants under a single name. What is the name under which this group of constants are there? Color. That's why I said enum in simple terms is a group of constants under single name. Here, these are the group of constants under single name known as color. Okay, group of constants under single name known as color. So this is how enum looks like. This is how the enum looks like. Now, so by default, every constant is public static final object of its group name. Okay. So here by default, each and every constant here is of public static final object type of this group name, that is color. Okay. So what do I mean? If I have to represent, okay, internally what's happening here is, let's take some other, let's say some other package or something, so that I want to represent the same thing. Maybe I'll name this as representation package. How I would like to show you how this enum thing is represented internally. Okay, so not explicitly, internally at the back side of this code, how the internal structure will be there for the enum. Let me show you here. So let's create a class, guys. Okay, so enum will be represented as a class at the back side like this. New class. Let's create a class non same class name, that is color. Excuse me. So color, and click on finish. Just drag it somewhere so that you can see both this enum and class together. Okay. So here enum name is color. So similarly class name will be color. Okay. So here a group of constants are there. So how this group of constants will be represented internally by Java. Okay. They will be represented like this. Public static final, public static final color green is equal to new color like this. Okay, one constant internally Java is representing this enum like this, guys, internally, not explicitly. You can write this explicitly, but this thing is internally implemented by Java. Okay, when you write public enum color of all this group of constants, internally Java is internally representing this structure as like this. Okay. For each and every constant, this kind of step will be there. Public static final color red is equal to new red. This is what is happening, new color. Sorry. Okay. This is what is happening internally. So here, green is holding the object of color. Red is holding the object of color. And green is a constant, red is a constant. That's why I'm saying every constant of enum. Okay. So let me write down here. Every constant of enum is public static final object of its group name. Okay. Every constant of enum is a public static final object of group name. Is it object of group name? Yes. We are creating objects, new color means object of group only, right? The group name here is color. So we are creating objects for the color. So, and this one is holding the object of the group name, that is color, and this is of type public static final. This object cannot be changed. Once you assign this object to this green, this object is constant object. Okay, so this one is constant. That means you cannot assign another object because this is a final type, and is also static type. Okay, it's also static. That means you can access this green with the help of color. Color dot green, you can say from other class. If you say color dot green, it will be accessible because it's of static type. Final means constant. You cannot change this particular object once assigned. You cannot assign new object to this green. And also it's of static type. That means you can access this particular constant with the help of this class, this name, right? Same thing applies here. Internally, this enum is represented like this, guys. Okay, let's repeat the same thing for all the constants we have written. How many were there, guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 were there. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And let's represent all the constants here. That is blue, white, purple, yellow, orange, then we have black. A group of constants. Okay, a group of constants under a single name. We can represent a group of constants under a single name like this by creating a class, but we'll not do that. To simplify that, we have to go for enum, where we will say public enum name. Under that, we will represent all the constants. This is actually internally equal to this one only. Okay, there's no difference, guys. This one is equal to internally, this is equal to this one. So instead of writing this many lines of code, we can simply write public enum name with a group of constants. This will be internally represented as like this. Okay. So guys, this is very important. Why I am showing you this internal representation is very important for our future understanding of the enum. Okay. Fine. So let me drag it somewhere to the bottom or something so that it will not disturb us. Fine. Now we have to focus on, let's otherwise close it for a while. Okay. Let's now discuss on, whenever required, we'll open it. So now let's focus more on the enum, guys. Okay. So that is the next steps. That is printing enum constants. Printing enum constants. Let's do some practicals on this enum, how to use the enum and all. So let's start by printing the enum constants. So how to do that? Let's create a new class. I'll name this class as demo, and with the public static void main inside that, let me drag it to the right side so that you can see this public class demo kind of thing. So here we already have a enum as a group of constants under a single name. Now from this another class, I would like to access one of the constant and print it. What will be printed? Let's find it out. Okay. So I have to say system.out.println. I would like to print a constant. How to access this constant, guys? How can I access this constant from a different enum? Okay, this is a class. Outside the class, there is an enum. And from that, inside that enum, we have this constant. How to access this enum from this how to access this constant from this enum, from outside the enum. So for that, we already know that each and every constant here is of static and final type. So let's focus on static. Static means when you say static, if this particular thing is a static, then you can access with its group name, that is enum name. Color dot green you can access, right? Outside the enum, you can access it like color dot enum, because it is internally static type. So I can say I don't have to create any object, right? I have to simply say color dot enum, color dot constant name, that is green, like this. Similarly, other things also. Okay, all the constants we can access and print. So simple thing here is I'll make it like a empty print statement. I'll copy paste 8 lines so that you can see. I'll be able to print all the constants inside the enum. 6, 7, 8. Okay, so fine. So color is the enum name dot. I have to say red. Okay, like this, because red is of static internally. Color dot blue. Color dot white. Color dot purple. Color dot yellow. Color dot orange. Color dot black. Color dot black. Like this, guys, we have to access the constants inside the enum. So guys, we are able to access the constants inside the enum using the enum name, because these constants are by default static type. You don't have to specify static here. They are by default static type. So you can access with the enum name. So enum dot constant, like this you can use. And using this print statement, we can print what can be the result, guys. When I run this program, that is when I run this demo.java, when I print the constant like this, what will be printed? The constant name will be printed. That is here, when you say color dot green, green will be printed. If I say color dot red, red will be printed. Color dot blue, blue will be printed, like that. Okay. These are actually the constants. They are not going to change. Okay. So the constant name will be printed. So right click, run as Java application. You see, the constants names are getting printed: green, red, blue, white, purple, yellow, orange, black, like this. Okay. So we are slowly understanding how to use the constants, guys. Okay. This is the first step for understanding the constants. Enum. This is the first step for understanding the enum. So slow by slow, we will go with different things where you will understand entire enum. Okay. Fine. Let's go to the next one. We are done with printing enum constants. Now let's use this enum with switch case. So here let's clear out all this stuff that is related to printing. Let's use that with a switch case. Switch case, you already know about switch case, right? You can use the switch case with this enum constants also. Okay, with enum also we can use the switch case. How to use that? Let me explain. So first we have to write down something like this. Okay, before actually I start using the switch case, we have to write something. Let's access some constant using this enum. How to access, guys? Let's say I'll access color dot orange. Okay, like this. Color dot orange. So color dot orange I'm accessing, but so this color dot orange, if I open this again, the older internal representation of this enum. So let's focus on this line. Here orange is an object reference of this color, right? The object of this color enum is getting stored into the orange, something like this. Okay, and it can be assigned to color. That means when I say color dot orange, that is nothing but this orange. We can assign this orange to the color. That means we can simply say C is equal to color like this. Color C is equal to color dot orange. This is absolutely fine because you are already declaring this orange as color enum type. So you can assign this color dot orange the color enum type. Okay. Color C is equal to, or you can say color is equal to color dot orange. This is possible because of this statement. Because of this statement, this particular representation is possible. So this is nothing but orange that you are assigning to the color. That's correct. Okay. So there is no problem. So let's close it again. Whenever needed, we'll open again. So this kind of representation is possible because internally these constants are represented like that. Okay, fine. Now after this, we'll start using the switch case. How to create switch case? Switch. Here we need to provide this color. Okay, this color. Now here I will say case. First case will be, if I say color like this, first case should be only these constant cases are allowed now. Okay, that means here you can say green colon system dot out dot println. Okay, I will write some statements. Okay, random statements. Green feels like oxygen. Okay, anything. I'll write something just for the sake. I'll say break. Then I have to write down second case red colon. Okay, then system dot out dot println red feels like danger. Then again break. Another case blue colon blue feels like cool. Break. Now let me go with something like case orange. System dot, I'm not taking every example here. I'm not taking every constant. It's not compulsory you have to provide all the constants inside the switch case. Okay, let's take only few constants. Orange feels like sunset. Then break. Another case yellow. Okay, let's take this as last case. System dot out dot println yellow feels like banana and break. Then I can provide some default case, default colon constant provided constant is not matching. Provided constant is not matching. If I provide something that is not there, I will say provided constant is not matching. That's it. You don't have to provide break because this is at the end. And guys, there is another thing you need to understand about this switch case. Okay, that you are using with this enum constants. You are using the switch case with enum constants, right? I simply said color dot orange, color. You are using the switch case with enum constants. Okay, this is how we have to use. If I say case, if I give something like let's say qfox colon, okay, qfox.com is my website. If I say something like this, okay, you see I'm getting an error. Compiler error is coming. It has to be either black, blue, green, orange, purple, red, white, yellow only. Okay. So we are restricting the switch case to the constants. Any of these constants should be there, but not other term or constant. Qfox is not there in this enum, so it's not allowed. So like that, guys, when you use switch case with enum, it will be like this. Okay, only these constants will be allowed to be validated. Other than that, if you try to provide anything outside of these constants, you'll get a compiler error. Okay. So color is equal to color dot orange. When you provide color here, if I run this switch case, what should be the result, guys? What should be the result? Constant here is orange. So orange will come here. Orange will be checked with green. No match. Red, no match. Blue, no match. Finally, orange. Orange is matching with orange. So it will print orange feels like sunset, and then it will break and come out of the switch case. So this is how the switch case can be used with enum constants. Okay. So when I run this program, you will get the output as I mentioned. Orange feels like sunset. Okay. This is how, guys, we have to use switch case with enum. That's another way of using enum. Now, third one. Let me explain. Let's clear out all this stuff. Third thing that you have to practically, how to practically use enum. Okay, about that. Enum extends enum class. So internally, when you create an enum like this, public enum color, it internally extends. You don't have to explicitly provide. Okay. When you explicitly provide, you are going to get a compiler error anyhow. It is not allowed to provide in extends keyword here. Okay. But internally, at the back side, this is actually is there. That is enum color extends enum class. There is a predefined class known as enum. In Java, there is a predefined class known as enum. Let's search for Java 8 API, go to the Java API documentation and search for enum class. Control F, enum. So enum is a predefined class in Java. Enum is a predefined class in Java. Okay, so whose subclass? It's saying the subclass is enum only. Okay, that means this enum is a child of this enum. Internally, this enum is, even though you don't write extends enum here, internally, this enum is a child of which class? Is a child of this enum class. Okay, as you can see here, enum is a subclass of this enum class. It's saying whatever the enum we have written here is internally, even though you don't specify extents of enum, it's internally by default, it is a child class, child type of enum class, child type of enum class. What will happen, guys, when when there is a child of the enum class? All the methods which belong to this enum class can be used by this enum, right? Can be used by this enum. What are the different methods we have? There are a lot of methods, guys. You don't have to understand all these methods. You have to focus on few methods like ordinal. The method known as ordinal, guys, we have to understand. Okay, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to use ordinal method. Okay, ordinal method. So before that, let me explain other thing. Here you have created something like public enum color. Inside this enum, you have mentioned different colors. So like what were the colors, guys? The colors are green, red, blue, white, purple, then we have yellow, then we have orange, then we have black, like this. So each and every constant here will have some index. Okay, some index value will be there. Some index value will be there. That is, this green will be internally represented with an index known as 0. Then it will be index 1. Okay, like arrays, guys. Okay, index 2, index 3, index 4, index 5, index 6, and index. Total 8 constants are there, starting from index 0 to index 7. Index 7. Okay, like this. Internally, they are like this. So, in order to retrieve the index value of this particular constants from this enum, we have to use a method known as this ordinal method. Okay, let me show you how to use that. Okay, how to retrieve that. So if I say system.out.println, how to access this constants, guys? How to access this constants? Say if I say color dot, I have to say color dot constant name because they are static by default. So color dot enum name dot constant name is, let's say, orange dot orange. This is how we can access the constant. At the end of the constant, if you say again dot color dot orange dot, then you will get this ordinal method, okay, which will retrieve the index of this particular constant. This ordinal method belongs to which class, guys? Ordinal methods belongs to this enum class, which is a parent of this enum. Okay, enum class is a parent of this enum type. Fine. So as enum is the child of that enum class, all the methods of the enum class will be part of the enum also. So that's why you can use this ordinal method with the constants of the enum, like this color dot orange dot ordinal we can use. Okay. So if I run this, what will be the output, guys? The output should be 6, guys. Okay. The index value of orange is in the inside the enum is 6. So 6 should be printed. Let's see whether 6 is getting printed or not. Right click run as Java application. You see 6 got printed. The index value of this constant inside this enum will be printed. That's the purpose of the ordinal, guys. Okay. That's the purpose of the ordinal. Ordinal or ordinal. But exactly it is ordinal. It's ordinal, guys. Okay, not ordinal. Here in my notes, I just wrote wrong. Ordinal. N is missing. Okay, it's ordinal. Fine. We have used ordinal already. ORDINAL. Okay, ORDINAL is the name of this method. Fine. So now let's use another method. Okay, like this, guys, we can use any different methods like this, but we have to only understand this ordinal. Okay, ordinal method. Okay, and I don't have to use other methods, but we have another method known as values, which is not the method of, which doesn't belong to this enum, guys. Okay, this method is not a method of enum class. As you can see here, there is no method like values. Do you see any method like values here? This clone, this compared to, equals, finalize, get something, and hash code, name, ordinal to string. Value of is there, but whatever the method I am talking about is the values method. Okay, this values method is not a predefined method of the enum class. It's directly provided by Java, guys. Okay, it's direct, values method is directly provided by Java, and it's not, there is not a predefined method of the enum class, but we can use this values method with this enum. Okay, we can use this values method with enum. How to use that? What is the name of the enum, guys? Name of the enum is color. So with this name we have to use, that is, we have to say color dot values, name of the enum, and say values. This particular method doesn't belong to enum class. Okay, it's directly provided by Java. You can directly use with the enum name, color dot values. When you say color dot values, it will return you an array of color. Over the mouse, nothing is coming for now. Let's write it again. Color dot values. Okay, you see what is the return type here? Color of array. Okay, color of array is a return type. So I will say color is equal to color dot values. Over the mouse and say create local variable. Color array. Okay, enum of array, something like that will happen. If you say color dot values, it will return you enum array. Now how to use this? So here how to use this? Now here what exactly happens is all these constants will be assigned to this particular variable of the enum array. Okay. When I say colors dot values, all the constants in this enum, each and everything with the index 0, 1 and all the stuff will be assigned to the variable of this color array, that is enum array. So how to use it? Let's use some for each loop. For each and every constant is a color type. So color, then something like some x, you can say x, and you have to give this side color. For each loop, I'm using for each loop with this thing to print each and every value that is assigned to this color array. Okay, system.out.println. If I say x, what will be the result, guys? So for color x, color, all the constants are assigned to this color array, right? That means green, red, blue, white, purple, yellow, orange, black are assigned to this color array. When I say color x is equal to color, so this will check whether there are any colors left. Yes, there are 8 colors left. So it will pick the first color, that is green, and assign to x. And when I print x, what will be printed? This green will be printed. Then again we'll go to this. This will check whether there are any other colors left. Yes, there are 7 more colors. It will pick the first color, that is red, and assign to x. Red will be printed. Like that, blue, white, purple, yellow, orange, everything will be printed. Finally, black will also be printed. After everything is done, it will check whether there are any other colors left. No, there are no colors left. Then we'll come out of this for each loop. Okay. Let's run this and see whether all these constants are getting printed from this color enum or not. Right click, run as Java application. All the colors from this enum got printed. This is how we have to use values method with the enum to retrieve all the constants which are there inside the enum. Fine guys, we are doing good. We have printed enum constants. We have used enum with switch case. We have used this ordinal method. Then we have used this values method with enum. Like that we covered many things. Now let's understand more about enum. So the next thing here is enum can implement interface but not extend other classes. As you already know, let's say I'll take something out of this. Let's say if I create a class, I'll name this class as some demo C. Okay. Click on finish. This is for just demonstration, guys. So in Java, so there is a demo C class is there. If I create a few more classes like demo A and demo B, there are multiple classes here. If I make this demo C to extend demo A, extends, inherit demo A by using extends keyword, this is fine, acceptable. But can I say demo A comma demo B? I'll get a compiler error. You cannot extend multiple classes at the same time, right? You cannot extend, a single class cannot extend multiple classes at the same time. So only one class is allowed. If you try to extend multiple classes, you will get a compiler error. That's the thing in Java. Same thing applies to the enum type also. Internally already enum is extending internally. This is happening internally, guys. Extends enum class. You don't have to specify it. This will not be allowed in Java, but internally this is already there. But if I try to extend another class, if I say extends some demo class, I'll get a compiler error. Okay, you should not use extends here. It will say, okay. That's the reason, guys. Enum cannot extend any other class because internally enum is already extending enum class. So at a time in Java, only one class can be extended. That's the reason enum cannot extend any other class. That's one thing. Second thing is coming to interfaces. Can enum implement any interface? There is no problem. Okay. Here, if you say in our example, so when I said demo ABC, something like this, if I say demo A extends demo B, up to here it is fine. It cannot extend multiple classes like demo B, demo C. That's fine. But what if I create an interface here? Some I demo, something like C, let's say. Click on finish. It is an interface, guys. Where is that? Yeah, here interface has been added. What if I say demo extends A implements I demo C? Is this valid or not? It's valid. Okay. Even though the demo is extending demo B, at the same time it can implement the interfaces also. That's not a problem. The same applies for the enum type also. Though it is extending internally, though it is extending the enum class, it can implement any interface. That means let's create an interface and let that interface be implemented by this enum. Okay. For example, let's create an interface. Right click new interface. Say I demo interface. Okay, something like this. I just created. Now we have an interface here. I want this interface to be implemented by this Enum. Can we implement or not? Implements iDemo interface. You see, this is possible. You are not getting any compiler error. You have to understand this kind of concepts, guys. How to use Enum. Is Enum in inheritance? Can Enum extend a class? No, because already Enum is extending an Enum class internally, so it's not possible. But it can extend any number of interfaces. It can implement any number of interfaces. So this is just to prove, just to show you that Enum can implement interfaces but not extend any classes. Fine. Can we create an object for Enum? Can we create an object for Enum? Try to create, guys. You will get a compiler error. For Enum, for a class, you can create an object, right? For a class, you can create an object. For an interface, you cannot create an object. If you try to create an object for the interface, it's not possible. If you try to create an object for the abstract class, it's not possible. Similarly, you cannot create objects for the Enum also. For example, if you say color C is equal to new color. Color is a Enum type, right? Enum type. If you try to do so, you'll get a compiler error. Cannot instantiate the type Enum. Okay. So you cannot create objects for the Enum. That's not possible at all. Let's find out more about Enum, guys. Let's find out more about Enum. So the last thing, that is Enum can include variables, constructors, and methods. Okay. We can use Enum. Inside the Enum, we can use variables, constructors, and methods. That it's possible, guys. For example, let's start with a method. Let's start with a method, guys. Let me create a method inside this Enum type. That is, I will create some main method, public static void main. You see, it will be allowed, guys, without any problems. Okay, we can create methods inside the Enum. Not only main method, normal methods also I will create. I will show you after some time. So first, let me create some main method. Public static void main string of our system.out.println inside Enum. Okay, inside main method of Enum. Okay, similar to classes, inside the class you can create the main method. Similarly, inside the Enum we can create the main method. If you run this thing, if you run this Enum, what is the Enum? Color. Let's run this. Let's see, this will be printed. Right click, run as Java application. Inside main method of Enum got printed. That means you can create main method and you can run the Enum when there is a main method. Okay, the print statements inside the main method will be printed. Similar to the classes. Similar to classes, when you create main method and you create some print statement, when you run that class, what will happen? The same thing will happen with the Enum also. So methods are allowed in Enum. That is one thing. Next thing is constructors are also allowed in Enum. You can create constructors also. That means let's create a constructor here. Inside this Enum, let's create a constructor. So constructor should have the same name as the class name. Here, since we are creating the constructors inside the Enum, the constructor should have the same name as the Enum. Color. It's an empty constructor, guys. So inside this constructor, let's create a statement, print statement. Okay, just to see whether when this constructor is invoked, whether this when this constructor is invoked, we'll know by this print statement. Something will be printed if this constructor will be invoked, right? Let's write down some print statement here inside empty, inside what you say, inside constructor. Okay, simply say inside constructor of Enum. Inside constructor of Enum. How to invoke this constructor? Can we create an object for this constructor? As already explained, we cannot create objects for Enum. Okay, how to invoke this constructor? Constructors in classes, if you inside the class, if you create a constructor, they will be invoked when you create an object for that class, right? Automatically the constructors will be invoked when you create an object. But here, the problem here is you cannot create objects for the Enum. If you say something like this, color C is equal to new color, you are going to get a compiler error because For enum types, you cannot create objects. When object is created, this constructor will be invoked. But here, I am not able to create object for the enum. So how will these constructors will be invoked? There is a way, guys. That is, whenever you use any of these things, when you use any of these constants, automatically this constructor will be invoked. For example, if I say simple thing, okay, simple thing I'll use, guys. If I say color dot green, if I say color dot green, I'll simply print out, okay, system.out.println color is the enum type, enum name dot green. I can call it because green is internally static type. And say dot. This is enough. Okay. When you print green here, color dot green here, when you print this green constant of this enum type, okay, automatically this constructor will be invoked. Okay. You don't have to create an object, guys. Simply use one of the constant here. Automatically this constructor will be invoked. When you use one of the constant, automatically the constructor will be invoked. And also some other thing will also happen, guys. Though you invoked, which constructor you invoked? Green. You invoked only green. That is, when you invoke only this, you just called or used only one constant, that is green. But this constructor will be called for each and every constant here. This constructor will be called or invoked for each and every constant. That is, you have used only green constant, but this constructor, we generally think that this constructor will be only invoked for this green constant. As you can see here, guys, internal representation of the enum is like this, right? By Java, when you write an enum, the internal representation of enum will be like this. That is, in place of color class will be there. In place of each and every constant, an object will be there. That is, each and every constant is nothing but an object. New color, new color. You see, this color will be invoked. When you say color dot green, only the green related color should be invoked, right? Only this this constructor should be invoked. But here, what will happen here is, in this program, even though you invoked only you have used only green constant, but all the other constants will also be invoking the constructor. That means when you use green constant, all the other constants will also be invoking this constructor. That means how many times this constructor will be called. So how many times this constructor will be called? This constructor will be called this many number of times. For each and every constant, this constructor is going to be called. This constructor is going to be called. This constructor is going to be called. Okay, this constructor, like that. Each and every constant here is an object, is holding an object for the enum type internally. So when you use only single constant like green constant, still all the constructors will be called. From each and every constant, all the constructors will be called. That is, when I run this code, you can see that this particular statement being printed how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because this constructor is being called by each and every constant. So right click and run this enum. Right click, I have to run this demo class. Okay. So right click demo.java and say run as Java application. You see. So how many times the constructor has been called? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. By each and every constant inside this enum, it is being called. And finally, this color dot green got printed. That is green got printed. Okay, the constant got printed. Like this, the constructors work in Java as part of enum. Okay. Now the next thing, that is variables. That is variables. That's fine. Let's use some variables. That is, let's say if I say int if I say int give any name, guys. Okay, anything is fine. Let's say if I say some count, I'll take something like count. Okay, there is no relation between the count and color though, but I am taking this as a variable just to show you that inside the enum we can create the variables. We can create the variables inside the enum, guys, like int count. Now, how to assign some value to this count? Is there any way to assign some value to this count? There's no way, guys. There is no way. You cannot directly assign some value to this count. What you can do here is you can create a kind of constructor similar to this color constructor. You can create some constructor like this color. We can say int count like this. Parameterized constructor. This is non-parameterized constructor. This is a parameterized constructor which is having the same name as the enum name. Let's set some value to this like this. So this dot count is equal to count. I will say color int count. This dot count is equal to count. Like this, I will say. Like this, we can set the value to this particular variable using the constructor. So here, after setting the thing, I will simply print out inside constructor with value. What is the value that has been set? This dot count is the value. This dot count is a value that is set to this particular variable. Fine. Now what I will do here is how to call this constructor. How to call this constructor, guys? This constructor will be automatically called when you use color.green. Automatically all the constants here will invoke this constructor. 8 constants are there, 8 times this constructor will be invoked. But how about this constructor? It has some parameter inside that. Single parameterized constructor. But how this constructor will be called? Simple, guys. For example, I would like to call this constructor. Then I have to provide some value here. Green of 9. Some white of 5. Orange of 6. Green of 9, white of 5, orange of 6. So what happens here is when you simply use one of the constant inside this main method, color.green, I mentioned that all the constructors will be called, right? But here green of 9 will not call this one. Instead, green of 9 will call this one. So 9 will be passed to this count. That 9 will be assigned to this dot count like that. This will be invoked. Instead of this constructor will be invoked by this constant. Whereas what about red? Red, there is no argument available beside the red. So it will invoke normal constructor without any parameter. So inside constructor of enum will be printed. Again, blue also same thing. Inside constructor of enum will be printed. But coming to white, this will invoke which constructor? This constructor or this constructor? It will invoke the constructor having a parameter. That is 5 will be assigned to count. So the inside constructor 5 will be printed. Then purple will invoke normal constructor, yellow will invoke normal constructor, orange will invoke the constructor having the parameter. 6 will be assigned to this count, and this dot count will be assigned with 6. And when you print here, inside constructor 6 will be printed. Again, finally, black will invoke normal empty constructor, non-parameterized constructor. And inside constructor of enum will be printed. Let's see whether this thing is happening. When you simply use one constant like green, all the constants will be invoking this constructors, either non-parameter constructor or parameterized construct based on the value that they are passing. Based on this value, these constants are passing. So if I say if I run the demo.java, you can see that first one green of 9 is invoking this constructor. That is a constructor having a parameter. Inside constructor, this dot count 9 got printed. Remaining things inside constructor of enum, inside normal constructor. Inside constructor 5, inside constructor of enum, inside constructor 6. This is about orange of 6, inside constructor of enum. So like this, guys, we can invoke parameterized and non-parameterized constructors. Fine. So, and finally, we can retrieve this value. How to do that? We can create a method like public return type is int get of public return type int get count, I will say. Okay, this getter method, this is a getter method which I explained in one of the previous videos. So get count, this I'll say return this dot count. Simple. Return this dot count. So here I have to say for each and every constant, I want to retrieve this count if it is there. So what I have to do? Here I will say this dot. I'll remove this print statements, guys. Okay, I don't want print statements now. I'll simply say this dot count is equal to some. If this particular constant is not having any argument, I'll simply provide some 100. All the remaining things will have their own. 9, 5, 6 will be there. Here in place of non-parameterized constructor, this dot count will be 100. So for red, this dot count will be 100. For blue, this dot count will be 100. For purple, this dot count will be 100. Yellow, black also, this dot count will be 100. But for green of 9, this dot count will be 9. For white, this dot count will be 5. You are passing 5 and it will be assigned to this dot count, right? Orange, it will be 6. So let's get the count for each and every constant. How to do that? So for doing that, we have to say we have to invoke each and every constant, right? So like this. So have to say color dot values. I have to say color dot values. It will return you an array of these constants. An array of constants will be written. If I say color is equal to an array of enum constants. You see like this. In this enum array, all the constants will be stored from green to black. Now I'll use some for each loop. For color, C colon color, like this. I'll say system.out.println C plus. When I print C, what will be printed? This constant will be printed. That's the first thing. C. I'll print this side. I'll say C dot get count. I'm retrieving this particular count value from this enum using the C dot get count for each and every constant. So what will happen? So first green will be printed. Using this for each loop, first green will be printed. Green C dot get count. That is 9 has to be printed. Using this, we are calling this get count method, guys. We are using that constant. We are retrieving the get count. C dot get count. What will be printed? C dot get count means 9 will be printed. Green 9. Like that. Next iteration red. For red, what will be printed, guys? For red, there's no argument, so this constructor will be invoked. So 100. So this dot count will be 100. So 100 will be printed. So like this, you can create programs, guys. For each and every constant, some value will be printed here, either 100 or some specified value. So right click, run as Java application. For green 9, red 100, blue 100, white 5, purple 100, yellow 100, orange 6, black 100. So like this, guys, we can use enum. Okay, I just took a lot of examples here because you will get habituated to use enum, guys. Okay, when I take this kind of examples, you will get habituated with this enum, how to use enum and all. So guys, it's all about enum, guys. Hope you understood enum and how to use it in the Java programs. That's all about the enum, and a lot of practical demonstrations I mentioned as part of the enum. Hope you practice them side by side while I'm explaining this video. Fine. So the next thing that I'm going to explain in this video series is Varargs. There is some concept known as Varargs, which I'm going to cover in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 247 of Java for Tester series, that is Varargs. So what are Varargs? What are Varargs? Varargs stand for variable arguments. Okay, you can either call them as Varargs or variable arguments. So in Java, so far we have used only fixed arguments. There is no term like fixed arguments. I am just saying this fixed, which is an opposite of variable. Okay, Now I am going to explain variable arguments. But before going there, where exactly we use arguments? If you remember where exactly we use arguments, we use arguments in the method calling statements. For example, if we have a method, let's say some add method. Okay, if you have some add method, and let's say it has some parameters like int a comma int b, like this. Okay. Now, in order to call this method, what you will do? We will use a method calling statement. That is, method calling statement should have the same name as the method name, and we should include the arguments. If this particular method has two parameters, then we have to pass two arguments. That is 5 comma 6. What if I pass 7? What if I like to pass 8? Or if I want to only pass only this single argument? Will this work, guys? In case of fixed arguments, this will not work. Okay. In case of fixed arguments, this will not work. That means if these parameters are fixed, then there is no way that if every time if you are going to have the same number of parameters like int a comma int b, then if you are passing add 5, this will not work. Tomorrow if you pass 5 comma 6 comma 7, that will also not work, right? Only two arguments you have to pass to make this kind of approach work. This is the case of the fixed arguments, guys. That means then you need to pass the arguments based on the number of parameters. If you are going to change the number of arguments here, this thing will not work. But coming to variable arguments, it is a different case. That means, so there is an approach where you can pass variable arguments. That is, using this add method, you can sometimes pass only 5. You can sometimes pass 5 comma 6 comma 7, or you can pass 5 comma 6 every time. Okay, all these method calling statements will work, guys, despite of the number of arguments. Okay, despite of the number of arguments being passed as part of this method calling statements, this particular method has to work. This is possible with the help of Varargs, that is variable arguments. Even you pass no parameter also, no argument also. Okay, if you don't pass anything also, it will work, guys. Such kind of case we have to create. This concept is known as Varargs. I am going to practically demonstrate how to make that possible. Okay, with the help of Varargs, we can pass variable number of arguments. Okay, with the help of this Varargs, we can pass any number of arguments, variable number of arguments. But here, this fixed arguments, that is not possible. If you are going to vary the number of arguments in case of fixed number parameters, it will not work. But when you implement this Varargs, you will create some Varargs in this Varargs kind of parameter. Okay, Varargs kind of parameter where which can intake any number of arguments. Let me show you. So let's create a new class. Let me name this as demo class, and create a main method. Remove this stuff and create another method. Let's say public static void add. So before I explain the Varargs, let me explain the normal case. Okay, let's find out the problem. Then we'll find out the solution, how to do that. For example, this particular method has two parameters like int a comma int b. If I have to call this system.out.println, if I say a plus b, okay, this is the case. Now if I have to call this method, I have to say add of some 5 comma 6 I have to say, right? Then only the things will be good. If I run this program, we'll get the result also. Here, fixed number of arguments has to be passed because there are only two variables, two parameters are there. If there are two parameters, then you have to pass only two arguments. But what if I would like to pass only this 5? Will this work, guys? No. You are getting a compiler error saying that number of arguments is not matching with the number of parameters. What if I want to pass variable args like this? Variable arguments like 5 comma 6 comma 7 or comma 8. Will this be possible? No. Only two parameters are there. Here, argument should be fixed. But how can I implement a scenario where I can pass any number of arguments I want to pass? That is, I don't even want to pass the arguments also sometimes. Still, it should work. I need to create such kind of method which can accept a single argument, two arguments, three arguments, variable arguments. Okay, irrespective of anything. It has to accept any number of arguments being passed by this method calling statement. So to solve such kind of situation, guys, we got this variable known as, instead of this normal parameters, we have to use a special parameter, like we have to say int dot 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 a. If I say int dot 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 a, and here if I pass 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, let's say this many number of values, let's pass. Okay, what will happen? What will happen, guys? So here, what actually here, what this 3 dots a is there? It's not a norm. If you say int a, it is a problem. Okay, if you have only one parameter like this is a problem, guys. This will not be allowed. You're already getting a compiler error. But if I say here before this variable, if I say dot 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 a, what's happening, guys? You see compiler error has been gone. That means any number of arguments will be accepted. Variable arguments can be accepted by this Varargs parameter. Okay, any number of arguments can be accepted by this Varargs. Either you don't pass anything, this will also be accepted. You see no error. When I simply added 3 dots before this variable, you see no error. This is how it works, guys. If you provide all the all the arguments also, no error. That means it's a variable argument parameter, Vararg parameter. So what happens internally is this method calling statement, which is passing this many number of arguments, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 arguments are being passed. Those 7 arguments will be assigned to this particular variable in an array format. Okay, internally array kind of format they will be stored. How they will be stored in the array, guys? So if you are passing all these parameter, all these arguments to this Varargs parameter, it will be converted into an array like this: 3, 4, 5, this is the array, right? 7, 8, 9. So this 3 is at the index 0, like that. Okay, so like this. So here, after going inside that, we can say, we can write some logic like int sum is equal to 0. For each loop we'll use each and every argument here is an integer, right? Integer. So I will say int sum t colon, okay, a, I will say. Now here inside this I will say system.out.println. So not system.out.println. Internally I will say sum is equal to sum plus t, like this. Okay. Once all these elements, all these values of this, all these arguments have been added here. Let's say initially sum is equal to 0. Now in t colon a means how many arguments are there? This many number of arguments are there. So it will pick the first argument, that is 3. 3 will be assigned to t. So sum is equal to, initial value of sum is 0. 0 plus 3. Result is 3. Sum will have 3 now. Okay, sum will have 3 now. Then again another iteration. This is done. So remaining values are this many. So 4 will be assigned to t. So sum plus t. So earlier sum was 3. 3 plus 4 is 7. So now sum will become 7. Then another iteration. Remaining values 5 will be assigned to t. So 7 plus 5, that is 12. Then again another iteration. 6 will be assigned to t. So 12 plus 6, 18. Then 7. 18 plus 7, 25. Then 8. 25 plus 8, 25 plus 8, 33. Again then 9 will come. 33 plus 9, 42. So the result should be 42. When I print this sum, system.out.println sum, I'll get the result as 42, guys. Let me run this program with this Varargs parameter, which can intake any number of arguments, and we have to write this kind of logic to sum all these arguments if you want. Okay, this kind of logics have to be written here inside the methods. Right click, run as Java application. You see we got the result as 42. What if I don't want to pass anything? Will this work, guys? We don't have an array here now, right? Will this work? Yes, it will work, guys. If you don't have any arguments, empty array will be sent here. Since empty array is there, we will not enter into the for loop. Initial value of sum, that is 0, 0 will be printed, guys. Right click, run as Java application. You see 0 got printed. What if I pass only one parameter? That is, I will pass only 6. Only 6 will be printed. Only 1 means 6 will be printed. If I pass 3, 6, two arguments. So what will be printed, guys? It will intake any number of variable arguments are allowed now. Okay, either 0, either 1, either 2, either 4, either 5, any number of arguments you can pass now. It will work like that. This is how we have to implement the Varargs concept in Java. And before we end up, there are few rules, guys. Okay, there are few rules. For example, if I pass 3, 7, 8, okay, 3, 6, 8, some 15, let's say. Okay, like this 4 arguments we are passing. That's fine. Now, what if I say int dot 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 a, this is a Varargs parameter, and int b, will this be accepted? No, guys, we are getting a compiler error. The reason here is this should be at the end. If you have multiple parameters, out of these multiple parameters, if one of the parameters in Vararg parameter, then this particular parameter should be at the end only. That means it should not be the beginning. So normal parameter should be in the beginning, and the Vararg parameter should be at the end. That means this 3 will go into B, and remaining will go into the A, like this. Okay. So let's see. So let me print only B now. Okay. Or this T is already there. So this sum will come. Sum is nothing but the sum of these 3 things. Let that be there. And along with that, let's print system.out.println. Let's print B. Okay. Let's print B. So I am just guessing that 3 should be assigned to B, and the 6, 8, 15 should go into the Varargs parameter A, and they should be summed together to become 6 plus 8 plus 15. The result should come. So right click, run as Java application. You see, first one is 29. That is 6 plus 8 is 14. 14 plus 15 is 29. So we got the result. And this 3 is assigned to the variable B, which got printed here, like this, guys. And is there any possibility where I can say dot 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 B? No, guys. In a particular method, only one Vararg parameter is only allowed. You cannot have multiple Varargs like this. Okay, one Vararg, two Vararg, only one. That way, at the end of the parameter list, it should be there. Okay, then normal parameter should be in the beginning, and the Vararg parameter should be at the end. And in a method, you can only have single Vararg parameter. That should also be at the end. So this is all about the Varargs, guys. Okay, which will allow you to pass any number of arguments. Okay, it will be flexible to choose any number of arguments. Today you can pass single argument, tomorrow you can pass multiple arguments, like that. Okay, that's the concept of Varargs. Hope you understood Varargs, guys. That's all about the Varargs. In the next video session, I'll explain the next topic known as, that is, I'm not going to explain annotations in detail, but I'm going to explain the purpose of inbuilt annotations. Here and there, we generally see some annotations being used, some inbuilt annotations being used. Okay, the next video session, I'm going to explain the purpose of only the inbuilt annotations. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 248 of Java for Tester series. That is, purpose of inbuilt annotations. So in this video, I'm going to explain about few inbuilt annotations. There are a lot of annotations, inbuilt annotations in Java, guys. Out of them, I'm going to explain few inbuilt annotations and their purposes. Before I explain those few inbuilt annotations in Java, let me first explain the actual purpose of the annotations. Why we have to use annotations in Java? The purpose of the annotations in Java is to provide more or additional information to the Java compiler. The moment you add these annotations in your Java code, then more information will be passed to the Java compiler about that Java code. Okay, you are going to understand this statement soon. Why I'm saying that this annotations purpose is to provide more or additional information to the Java compiler. This particular statement you are going to understand soon in a practical way. I'm going to show that. Okay, how the annotations in Java are going to pass additional or more information to the Java compiler. I'm going to show in some time. That's fine. But what are the different inbuilt annotations that I am going to practically demonstrate in this video session? These are the below are the 3 annotations I am going to practically demonstrate. First one is override, guys. Override. Second one is deprecated annotation. Okay. Annotations have the symbol known as @ symbol at the beginning. Okay. Then next one is @ suppress warnings. This is another annotation. These are the 3 different inbuilt annotations that I am going to practically demonstrate in this video session. At the same time, you'll understand the purpose of the annotations. when I demonstrate these 3 annotations for you, you will automatically understand the purpose of the annotations in Java. So let's switch to the practical mode now. Let's create a new class. Let's say class A. Let's create a new class known as class A. Click on finish. Let's create another class, say class B, and click on finish. And in this class A, let me create a method, guys. Public static. Public static. You cannot give. It's up to you whether you want to give static or not. That's fine. With or without, both are good. Public void. Let's give some name here. I want to give some name as add numbers here. I want to make it big. Okay. I want to make this method big one because I have some explanation to be done. That's the reason I have given three word method name here. System.out.println. I'll simply say inside method of class A. Similarly, what I do is I want to make this class B a child class of class A. I want to make this class B a child class of class A. So what I will do is class B extends class A, I will say. These are the things that I am getting done just to make sure that I can explain this first annotation known as @override. Okay, I have to create 2 classes, out of which one class should be the child class of another class, and this parent class should have some method. These are the requirements. Then only I can explain this override, guys. So after you reach all this criteria, now my requirement is to create a method which will override this method. Okay, yeah, I want to create a method which can override this method. So how to do that, guys? Since I already know in advance that I want to create a method which can override this method, since I know in advance that I am going to create a method which is going to override this method, that thing I know in advance. So what I will do is I will try to use this @override annotation because I already know in advance that I am going to create an override method for this particular method in the parent class. Override @override. Fine. So under this, I'll create the same method. I will try to create the same method. So I'll try to create something like public void add number here. Like this, I just added. And inside this system.out.println, I'll say inside overridden method of class B. I'll write. But guys, I'm getting a compiler error. Can anyone understand why I'm getting a compiler error here? The reason behind that is I did a mistake. Am I really overriding this particular method in the parent class? Is this method is really overriding this method in the parent class? If you think it is not, guys, because you made a mistake in the method name. Here we have add numbers here, but here we have add number here. Here add numbers here, here add number here. Is there any difference? Yes, we are missing a small letter known as S. Then you see the compiler error has been gone. The compiler error has been gone. Once this particular method is really overriding this method, then only the compiler error is gone. How come the compiler got to know that we are going to override this particular method in the parent class just because of this @override annotation? What if this @override annotation is not there here? What if I just make the same mistake? In this kind of case, guys, I thought like I just created a child class and I also created a method which can override the method in the parent class. But I don't know, I made a mistake here. I'm ignorant here, guys. Okay, I'm not aware of that. I didn't create a overridden method because I unintentionally or due to my mistake, I just made a spelling mistake here. But I'm thinking that this will override this method. This is a problem, guys. If you don't use the annotation here, you don't know whether this particular method is really overriding this method or not. Because you will not be in a position to identify your error, right? Identify your mistake. How can you know that this S is missing? This small mistake, everyone can do this, right? That's where, guys, if you write this kind of annotations like if your intention is to create some override methods, if you already know that in advance, then if you try to add this @override annotation before such kind of methods which are going to override the methods in the parent class, then you will be able to know the mistakes, because here this information is passed to the Java compiler that this method is going to override this method. Now Java compiler will come into place and find out whether this method is really overriding this method or not. If any case this method is not overriding this method, it will tell you in the form of compiler errors. This is a benefit, guys. How we are passing more or additional information to the Java compiler? This is how you are passing it. By adding simple override method, my Java compiler got more information about this method, that this method has to override this method. Now Java compiler is checking whether this method is really overriding this method or not. If not, it will give a compiler error. That's how more or additional information is passed to the Java compiler by these annotations. That is the main purpose of the annotations, guys. Okay, until you correct your mistakes, the errors will not be gone. It's a kind of very good practice, right? If you provide override, is the best practice for you. Fine. That's one thing. Is there any other advantage that I am going to get by using this override annotation before this method? Yes, guys. For example, you have written this code and some other person is going through this code. He can clearly understand, either you after some time or another person going through the code can clearly understand that this method is overriding this method. How, guys? With this annotation. This annotation means override. That means he will get a point, right? This method is overriding some method. He'll get to know that this method is overriding that method. Because of this override, he will understand that this method is overriding some other method. So readability also will increase, guys. What actually is the result of this kind of advantage? The readability. While user is going through your code, he can understand that this method is overriding some other method. So such kind of help is also done. Apart from passing more information to the compiler, the readability also got increased, because user will now know that this particular method is overriding some other method just because of this override method put before this method. Okay, guys. So I explained all the purposes of these annotations along using this override method. But now let's find out how we can use other other annotations. Okay. So I am going to directly explain the usage of this deprecated and suppress warnings. Fine. So let's start with this suppress warnings. So what I will do here is, let that be there, not a problem. Now, here inside this method, I'll create an object for the array list. Array list is equal to new array list. In collections framework, we have a predefined class known as array list, right? I'm just going to create that object for this array list. That's fine. Over the mouse and click on select this import array list from java.util package. But when you do so, I'm getting some warning messages. Why I'm getting this warning messages for this array list class, guys? Because I need to provide the type of objects that you need to enter into this array list. That is generic type I have to provide. Here generics I have to provide for this array list, guys. For example, if I provide something like integer, you see the warning message has been gone up to here, but warning message is still here. I need to add something like less than greater than symbol here. You see complete warning messages for this array list class has been gone. What if I don't want to put this generic type here? I just want to remove this out. Okay, no matter what I don't want. But at same time, I am seeing some warning messages. If I remove that generic type, I'm seeing some warning messages. What if I don't want to see these warning messages? What I have to do? Is there any way that I can avoid these warning messages still after I don't want to provide any generic types here? Yes, guys, there is a way. Over the mouse on this, and you will get an option to add suppress warnings. This is annotation, guys. This is a Java annotation. Okay, suppress warnings. In the brackets, you have to provide raw type for this kind of warning messages. In order to avoid such kind of warning messages, you have to add this. When you do so, this will get added here. You can make it global for this particular method by adding it before the method itself, like this. Okay. So at the rate suppress warnings raw types. On adding this annotation before this method, you see I'm not getting any warning messages. Despite of not providing the generic type, I'm not getting the warning messages because this annotation is clearing those warning messages for me. Intentionally, I just informed the compiler. Okay, this annotation is passing the message to the compiler that okay, the user don't want to give the generic types. He knows that you don't want to give the generic types. Please remove the warning messages. Compiler has ignored that. Okay, ignored the warning messages and removed it from the code. So that's how we have to use @suppress warning messages when you don't want to see some warning messages. Okay, guys, that's another thing. Next annotation is deprecated annotation. So let me explain about the deprecated annotation. Let me create a different class for that. Delete it. Create a new class. Name this class as some demo class. I will make this example simple, guys. That's why I'm creating a new class here. Public static void main. Just create a main method, and here let's try to create another method, that is public static void some add method int a comma from int b, like this. In this method, I'll write down something like a plus b. This method is all good, but before this method, if I say @deprecated, when I add this annotation, immediately you see the method name is try-graph. That means this is outdated. We are telling the compiler this annotation. Using this annotation, we are telling the Java compiler that don't use this method. Okay. This method is, you are just passing the information to the Java compiler that this method is deprecated, that is outdated. Okay. User should not use this method. Just pass the information if user tried to use this. So in that case, if I try to use this method, how to use this method, guys? Just I have to call from the main method, right? If I try to call this method, let's say add of 5,6 like this and put a semicolon here. So now here also it got striked off. Now user will understand that, okay, this is deprecated. That's why it got striked off. We should not be using this. Now how this is getting striked off? Java compiler is striking it off for you because this method is marked with @deprecated annotation. That means people should not be using. So like this, guys, using @deprecated method annotation, we can mark the methods as deprecated. Where if you have some latest methods, we can mark the older methods as deprecated or outdated, so that user will not use the outdated methods by seeing this striking off on the method names. Fine, guys. This is all about the override, deprecated, and suppress warnings annotations, which are the two inbuilt annotations in Java. There are many other inbuilt annotations, guys, but as part of this session, I only wanted to explain about these three mostly used inbuilt annotations of Java. So that's it, guys. That's all about this session. Thank you, guys. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 249 of Java for Tester series. In this video session, I am going to explain about the scanner class. So what is scanner class? What is scanner class? The purpose of the scanner class is to receive the inputs from the user when the Java program is getting executed. Okay, the purpose of the scanner class is to receive the inputs from the user when the Java program is getting executed, guys. So let me practically show you how we can use this scanner class for receiving the inputs from the user when the Java program is getting executed. Okay, so let me go to this Java project where we have this demo.java class. Inside this we have main method. Here I'm going to write some code for scanner class. Okay, first I need to create an object for scanner, guys. Scanner is equal to new scanner. Like this, I will create an object for the scanner class in Java. Hover the mouse on scanner class and import the scanner class from java.util package. Once you import, okay, that particular import statement or class, so another error will be displayed here. That is, this constructor cannot be empty, guys. Inside this constructor, we have to enter system.in. System.in stands for inputting. Okay, input. That means using this statement, we can receive the input from the user. System.in stands for input. You can receive the input from the user, guys. That's why we have to mention system.in inside the scanner class. Now scanner class can receive the input from the user because of system.in. Using this object reference, I'll write something here, scanner.next. What you want to receive, which type of input you want to receive. Okay, you have to select such kind of method here. Scanner class has some predefined methods like has, next, and all those stuff. So here, next is there. This will receive which type of input? String type of input. So you have to select string type of input. So what you want to receive? So let me write something here. while the program is executing, this print statement will ask the user to enter his name. Okay, while the program is executing, this particular print statement will ask the user to enter your name. Then this statement will receive the input from the user. This statement will receive this particular name from the user. Over the mouse, whatever the received type of input, that will be returned by this next method. Okay, string. So here I will say name is equal to, okay, this name will be received from the user, guys. So string name. So I can print it out. System.out.println. I'll simply print the name. That's it, guys. Save it. So here we have already used scanner, right? Scanner dot next. Okay, done. So what next? So at the end we have to close this scanner object, guys. Okay, that's why this warning is coming. So if you want to, this program will still work, guys. But if you want to follow the best practices, you have to close this object. Okay, otherwise memory leak will happen. Scanner dot close, we have to say this will close the scanner object. Once the task is done, you have to close the object. That's it. The warning message is gone. Now save it. Now run this sample program, guys, which will ask the user to enter his name. Once the user enter his name, thus that name will be entered, received by this scanner.next, and that will be stored into the name. That name we are printing here. Okay, you will see that in action. Right click, run as Java program. So it is asking you to enter your name. Okay, now the user has to enter his name. Let's say I am the user. I am entering my name. Let's say Arun. Okay, and when I press enter, this particular input will be received by the scanner.next. Okay, this particular input will be received by the scanner.next and stored into the name. This name we are printing in the Java programs. So let's run this, enter this. You see what is printed? Arun is printed. So you can actually modify this a bit by saying your name is like this. Okay, your name is plus name like this. Okay, what are the name that is received? I'm just printing here. Your name is Arun. In a better way, I'm printing, nothing more than that. Save this, right click, run as Java application. Again, it will ask for your name. Just enter your name and press enter. So what it is printing? Your name is Arun. It is printing. Simple. Now, guys, let's receive few more things. System.out.println. Enter your age. Enter your age. So let's say this is scanner dot age is name is string, guys. So we have used next method. Age is not string. So which method we have to use? Here we have scanner dot next int. There is something like next int, guys. Okay, this will receive integer input from the user. Scanner dot next int. So this will receive what? This will receive age. I'll say age is equal to, over the mouse, create local variable. So this will receive the age. System.out.println. Your age is plus age, we have to say. Okay, that's it. Now next thing is, let's receive one more thing. Okay, let's receive one more thing. So enter your age here. Let's receive one more thing. Scanner dot next. So scanner dot. So if I have to receive a single character, which is not possible, guys. Okay, there is no direct method for receiving a single character. If the user has to enter his gender, let's say he has to enter M or F. Okay, M for male, F for female. Single character he has to enter. For that, there is no direct method for receiving the characters from the user, guys. So instead, we will use the normal string method. Next, okay, user has to enter something. In that, whatever the text that user has entered, we will take the first character. Okay, using this caret method. In this particular string, we'll use the character at the index 0. So if the user has entered MALE, male also, first letter in that male, that is M, will be received by the scanner. Fine. Like this, we have to modify because there is no direct method for receiving the character input, single character inputs from the users. So this will return the character. So here I will say gender. Gender is equal to create local variable. Before this, I will ask the user. Using this print statement, I'll ask the user to enter his gender. Enter your gender. Okay, enter your gender. That is male or female. Then after this, we can receive the Boolean values also. So how to receive the Boolean values? Scanner dot there is direct method for receiving the Boolean values, guys. Okay, there is something like next Boolean, I guess. So next Boolean, okay, this will receive the Boolean values. Boolean values means true or false. Only two possibilities. Hover the mouse. So this is okay, user confirmation. Let's say user confirmation or create local variable. Here I will say that's it. Okay, that's it. So here we have to ask something, right? So that user can enter the Boolean value. System.out.println are all the details provided by you are correct is a question. Okay, enter either true or false. Okay, enter either true or false. Like this, we have to ask the user. Now, whatever the user inputs are there, which will be printed here. Okay, we have to print them, right? So far we have only printed the name and age of the user. We'll write other print statements to print the other values. System.out.println your okay gender is plus gender. Okay, this gender we are printing. Whatever the gender we receive from the user, that we are printing. Similarly, system.out.println. Okay, so you confirm your confirmation of above entered details is either true or false should be there, right? So this will user confirmation will give you true or false. You will receive either true or false from the user. Is true or false. Whatever the data you entered is true or false, like that. Save this. So we have written a very big program now. Let's run this and see how this will work. Okay. So right click, run as Java application. Now it's asking first to enter your name. So I'm just entering my name as Arun and press enter. Now it's not printing Arun directly. Okay. It's asking me for age. Age I am saying 35. Enter. It's asking me for gender. I'm just typing male, guys, but it will not take the complete male. It will take only the first character, that is M in the male text. So M will be stored in gender. Even though you type male here, only M will be taken by this gender. Enter. All the details provided by you are correct or not. Enter true or false. Yes, whatever I said is true, guys. So I'm just typing true. Press enter. So now all the print statements got printed. Your name is Arun. Your gender is 35. Your age is 35. Your gender is M. Your confirmation. Even though you see male is entered, only M is taken. Single character is taken. Like that, we can customize a Java program. Your confirmation of above entered details is true. Whatever the details you entered is true. Something like that. So guys, this is how we have to use a scanner class in Java, guys. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate the different ways to initialize the final variables in Java. So let's get started. Without any delay, I'll open the Eclipse IDE where a sample project got created. Inside the sample project, we have a sample demo class already created like this. So inside this demo class, I'll create a variable. Say int a, I'll create. Okay, I'm declaring this variable with int data type. That's fine. Are there any errors here? No. But the moment I specify a final keyword before this statement, I'm getting an error. The reason behind this error is we have to initialize this variable. Over the mouse, you see, it's asking us to initialize this final field variable a. At the declaration itself, it's asking us to initialize. What if I try to create a method like this, public void method a, some sample method, guys, and inside this method, I'll try to initialize. I am not initializing here. Rather, I'm trying to initialize this variable a is equal to 5 here. Is it possible? No. You will still get an error. So what is the error saying? The field final demo.a cannot be assigned. Okay, you cannot initialize inside a method. The final type variable cannot be initialized inside a method. Then what are the ways? How to initialize this final type variables? There are two ways, guys. Okay, there are two ways for initializing the final variables in Java. First is direct initialization. In the same statement itself, you can initialize like this. This is the first way. Okay, in the same statement where the variable is declared and specified with final keyword, there itself we have to initialize a is equal to 5. You see, error is gone. This is one way. What if I don't want to initialize in the same statement? Rather, I want to initialize somewhere else. How it is possible? Is there any other way? Yes. by using constructor, we can initialize, guys. Okay, we cannot initialize inside a method or something, guys. Only this kind of final stated variables can be initialized directly this one way, or you have to create a constructor public. If I create a constructor, you see the constructor is having the same name as a class name. It will not have any return type. I'm simply creating a constructor. This is a constructor. Inside this constructor, if I say a is equal to 5, you see the a got initialized. Hope guys you understood the different ways for initializing the final variables in Java, that is by direct initialization in the same statement, or by using the constructor to initialize the variable. So that's it guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate the different ways of accessing the variables inside static methods in Java. So let's get started. There are two ways of accessing the variables inside static methods. One way is by creating the object for the class in which the variable is created. The other way is by specifying the static keyword before the variable itself to access it inside the static methods. Now let me practically demonstrate these two ways for you. I'll first open this Eclipse IDE. Here we have a sample project already created. Inside this, I'll create a new class. I'll name this class as demo class, and I'll add this method public static void main. It is a static method, guys. This main method I'm auto generating here is a static method. So this is static method. Now let me create a normal variable. Say int a is equal to 5. Okay, this is a variable. This is a general and normal variable. Now I want to access and print this variable inside this static method. Okay, so what I have to do, I'll write the statement like this: system.out.println. I'll simply try to print the variable a. But if you see here, you are getting an error. Okay, cannot make a static reference to the non-static field a. Okay, since this variable is not a static type, you cannot access such kind of non-static variables inside the static methods. There is a rule, right? Static methods can only access static stuff. Okay, the variables or methods that we are trying to access inside the static method should be also of static type. Otherwise, you'll get this kind of errors. So what is the way then? Okay, now this variable is a normal variable. I cannot access it because this is a non-static instance variable, which is a non-static type. Okay, so I cannot access here. But still, if you want to access, there is a way, guys. The way here is I need to create an object for the class in which this variable is created. That is demo. So like this, I'll create an object. Demo is equal to new demo. This is object creation statement for the demo class. And using the object reference, I can access this variable. You see, system.out.println demo.a. Using this object reference of this particular statement, I'm going to access this variable a. This is one way, guys. Okay, even though this variable is not a static type, it's an instance variable, we can still access inside the static methods using the first way, where we have to create the object for the class in which this variable is created, and using the object reference of that particular class, we have to access like this. Now run this code, it will work. You're not getting any error anyhow. Let me run this code. 5 will be printed in the output. You see, the 5 got printed in the output. What is the other way then? If I don't want to create an object, okay, if I don't want to create an object for the class in which this variable is there, then you are going to get an error, right? You cannot print as it is because this variable is a non-static type, that is instance variable, which we cannot access directly in the static methods. So what is the other way? The other way is we have to specify the static keyword before this variable. We have to make this variable a static type. Then the static methods can only access the static stuff. Since this variable a is also static type, you are able to access. This is the other way. Either you have to create an object if you don't want to make this variable static, or you have to make the variable static and access directly inside the static methods. These are the two ways. What if I want to access this variable from outside this class? For example, I will remove this static, guys. I will remove this statement for a while, or I will comment this statement so that I will not get any error. Let's say public class demo is there, and this variable is there. Let's say only these things are there in this class, demo class with a variable a. Now I'll create another class, say demo2, and in this I'll create this static method. Now I want to access this variable which is there inside this class. How to access? The first way is, again, we need to create an object for the demo class. In this main method of the demo2, we have to create an object for the demo. Demo is equal to new demo. Now, using this object reference, we can access the variable a, system.out.println demo.a. Okay, you see I'm able to access even though this particular variable is inside a different class. I still can create the object for this demo class, and using the object reference, I can access the variable a. If I run this code, if I run this demo2, you see 5 got printed, right? We are able to access. What's the other way? Let's say this variable is a static type. In this case, do I have to create an object for the demo class to access this variable a inside this another class? Do I have to create an object for this demo class? No. If it is a static type, then we can directly access using the class name. How? System.out.println demo.a. That's it. You don't have to create object, guys. Okay. Static variables can be accessed using their class name in which they are created. For example, this variable a is created inside the demo class and is of static type. Then you can use the name of the class in which it is created to access it. You see, like this demo.a. You don't have to create the object. Now run this. It will work. It will still print 5. So hope guys you understood the different ways of accessing the variables inside static methods in Java. So that's it guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate about Java constants. So let's get started. First of all, what exactly are these Java constants? Java constants are nothing but the simple variables specified with static and final keywords in Java. So why we have to specify the variables with static and final, and how these variables will become constants? All these things I'm going to practically demonstrate in this session. For that, I'll first open this Eclipse IDE, and here in the sample Java project, I'll be creating some classes and packages. Okay, let me create some package, say demo pack, and I'll create another package, say constants pack, like this. Okay, under the demo pack, let me create a class, say with the name demo, and I'll auto generate the code for the public static void main, like this. I'll remove this comment. Fine. In the other package, I'll create the required class. I'll name this class as my constants. Okay, like this, my constants. Now I'll click finish. Inside this constants class, I'm going to create some constants, Java constants. How? I have to specify these variables with static and final keywords. So they will become constants in Java, simple. Okay, I'll simply say static final, the data type of that variable. Okay, let's say I will give the data type as, it's not a data type, but I'm declaring that variable as string type. And now here I'll say my underscore favorite underscore color. Okay, you see, if you observe this naming convention here for the constants, everything is in uppercase, right? Each and every letter in this name is in uppercase, and that too separated. If there are multiple words, like my is one word, favorite is one word, and color is one word, all these words are separated by the underscore symbol. Okay, we call this as snake case, upper snake case. Okay, fine. Like this, we have to give the naming conventions, okay, for the constants, and the constant should be specified with the static and final. And here I'll assign the value. I'll assign the value, say black. Okay, my favorite color as black. Now I'll create one more constant. Again, the same thing, guys. I need to specify the constants with static and final keywords. And here I'll say int data type. This is a primitive data type, and whereas string is a predefined class in Java anyhow. And here I'll say int my, everything should be in uppercase and it should follow the snake case. Okay. My favorite underscore number is equal to 9. Like this, you can create as many number of constants as you want. So why we are specifying these constants with static and final keywords? Let me explain. The moment you mention static for this variable will belong to the common class memory that every object can access. Okay. So this will not change for each and every object. It's stored in the common place. Like for example, a car having 4 wheels, other like a BMW car having 4 wheels and Audi car having 4 wheels. Such kind of common things we'll put in the common memories like class memories in Java, and we specify static for that kind of variables, right? Static int wheels is equal to 4 like that. Okay. The 4 cannot change for each and every object, right? Almost all cars have the 4 wheels. That's why you can make it common. Here also, if I specify static for this my favorite color, okay, this is going to be stored into the common memory that every object can access. Okay, and at the same time, I'm saying final. Final means you cannot update the value. Once you assign or initialize this particular variable with black, you cannot change the value anywhere. Okay, this is the final value, and this final value is stored in the common place, that is class memory. That any number of objects you create for this class, they will only get this value which is stored in the common memory, and this value cannot be changed. That's the purpose of the constants, guys. So here we created two constants, and here let's go to the demo class which is there in the demo pack and try to access this constants, and you will face some problem, guys. I'll tell you. I'll simply say system.out.println. Now, how to access this constant? It's a static type. Static variables can be accessed using the class name. So I'll say my constants here, my constants dot, I cannot access. The reason here is these variables are protected type by default. I have to make them public. Okay, that's the reason I'm showing you in different packages, guys. Okay, generally we'll be creating the constant in a different package and we'll try to access. You will not be able to access because they should be of public access modified type. Now save this. Now come here and now say my constants dot. Now you're able to access because they are public type, public access modified type, which can be accessed outside the package also. So I'll print my favorite color first. You see, my constants dot my favorite color. Like this, we have to use the constants in our Java programs. My constants, wherever you need these constants in your Java programming, you can use constants like this, guys. My favorite number. That's it. Now run the code. You'll be able to print out the constants, which cannot be updated, right? The constants belong to the class memory, common memory, and the values like black and 9 cannot be updated anywhere throughout the project. And you can access them outside the package because you mentioned as public type now. So hope guys you understood what exactly are the constants in Java and why we have to specify with them with the static and final keywords. Okay, and also they are readable, right? You see my favorite color is kind of it differentiates from the normal variable, right? It doesn't look like a normal variable. Whenever you are trying to access this constants, you can identify that these are the constants. Okay, my favorite color is a constant, and my favorite number is a constant, and you know that it belongs to a common memory, and also its value cannot be updated. Okay, it's a static value, it's not a dynamic value, it's a static value which cannot be updated. Fine. So that's the purpose of the constants, guys. So that's it. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use enums with switch statements in Java. So let's get started. First of all, what exactly is this enum? In one of the previous sessions in this series, I already covered enum in very much detail. But just to recap, enum is a set of constants. What exactly are the constants? Constants are nothing but the variables whose value cannot be changed. In the previous video, in the same series, I covered Java constants, guys. You can refer that to get an idea of what exactly the constants are in detail. But constants are the nothing but the variables whose value cannot be updated. Fine. Now enum is a set of such constants whose value won't be updated. Fine. Now in this session, I am going to explain how to use enums with switch statements. Okay. How to use enums with switch statements. So for that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE. Here, I'll create a new class, say demo class. And with this public static void main auto generated code, click on finish. You see public static void main method got auto generated. Now, where we have to create the enum? Before going there, okay, before going to the enum part, let me first show you how to write the switch statement. Okay, so you can write the switch statement like this, right? String a is equal to, or string str is equal to, let's say I'll write a, okay, or I'll say string color is equal to black. This will be the better example, guys. Okay, black. I'm just writing this, and here I'm writing the switch statement. Inside that I'm providing color. Okay, this color. Based on this provided color, the appropriate case inside this switch case should be executed. So if I write case as white, okay, and here I'll write system.out.println color is white. Okay, color is white. Here I'll put a break statement, and here I'll write another case saying case orange. Okay, system.out.println color is orange. This is the syntax of the switch case, guys. Okay, you have already know about this. You already know about this as part of the previous sessions. I already explained about the switch case. Anyhow, like this, you can write as many number of cases here inside the switch statement like this. Okay, case, let's say blue. Okay, let's not write more than, okay, this one. This may be the last one, and color is blue. Okay, color is blue, and here I will say break, and here finally I will say default case. If in case we pass a color, okay, if in case, otherwise I have to copy one more thing, guys. Okay, sorry, I'll write one more. I'll write it as black. Okay, if at all I pass a color which is not there in this cases, for example, if I pass here instead of black, if I pass green, is green there? No, it's white, it's orange, it's blue, it's black. So in that case, which case should be executed? If none of the options are matching with this one, then which case should be executed? For that case, guys, the default case should be executed. Okay, here I'll write system.out.println. Okay, one net system.out.println selected color doesn't exist. Okay, like this I'll write the case. Okay, selected color doesn't exist. If you give green here, this will be printed, guys. Okay, this will be printed from the switch case because none of the cases are matching with this green color. Run this. You see, the selected color doesn't exist will be printed. But if in case you provide a proper color, let's say if you give something like blue here, is there any blue case here? Yes, blue. So color is blue and you will be breaked. You will come out of the switch case. But color is blue will be printed. In this case, default case will not be printed. Okay, only the selected case will be printed. That's the thing. But guys, so what will happen if you use enum with this switch case? How it will benefit us? Okay, let me explain. So where to create the enum first? Okay, let the switch case be like this. I'll modify it a bit later. Okay, so where to write the switch this enum? Inside the class or outside the class? Where do you think we have to write the enum? Enum can be created either inside the class or outside the class, wherever you want. Okay, so let's create outside the class. I'll write something like this. Enum. Enum is a keyword. For creating the enum, we have to use enum keyword and the name of the enum. Let's say colors. Okay. Here we have to start the curly brace and end the curly brace. Here we need to provide all the constants. Here, what are the constants, guys? White, orange, blue, black. Okay. White. I'll write white, orange, blue, and black. These are the four things. Fine. These are the four colors. Fine. So here, instead of writing this one, string color is equal to blue, what I will do is I will say colors dot this enum colors. Okay. Colors dot, I'll access one of the color. Let's say I'll say colors dot orange. Okay. Colors dot orange. And I will save this into C. And I'll declare this as colors again. Okay. Enum. This is nothing but enum. So here C is nothing but this orange, guys. Okay. If here C is nothing but orange. Here instead of the color, I'll put this C. What will happen if I supply an enum to the switch case? Here I am not supplying the string or any other thing. Rather, I am supplying the enum to the switch case. What will happen? When you supply the enum to the switch case, only the things that are there in the enum constants will be approved here. You see, white, orange, blue, and black, you are getting the errors. Why? Here white is different, this white is different. Is lowercase is there here. Okay, it's not matching. What if I change this one to white? You see the error is gone. Only you can use the constants here. White. The next one, let's say orange. Then blue. Only the constants can be used in this switch case. If you are passing the enum to the switch case, you can only use the cases as a constants. You cannot use outside this constants. Okay, I'll show you more. So if I use black here, that's fine. It will be applied. You don't need the default case. I'll explain why. Okay, if I give case as something like white, orange, blue, black is there. Let's say I will write yellow colon. I'll say system.out.println color is yellow. So what's happening, guys? When I say case yellow, it's not accepting because yellow is not a constant that is there in this color enum, right? Can you see that? White, orange, blue, black are accepted here. But when I say yellow here, since yellow is not there in the set of constants inside this enum, it is not allowed to write the case in the switch case. Switch case is not allowing you to mention this yellow because it's not part of this constants. That's what is happening, guys. Okay, that's what you have to know. How to use enum switch case is what. So is there any possibility, since switch case is not allowing you to enter or provide any value here apart from whatever that is there in the enum, then what is the use of the default? Is there any way someone can pass apart from white, orange, blue, black here? No way. Okay, so default case is not required. Okay, and this switch case is only allowed to use the constants as the cases which are there in this enum. Fine, this is what is the, this is how we have to use enum with the switch case, guys. Okay, this is the benefit of using the enum with the switch case. Okay, so that there's no possibility of providing some constant outside this enum. Okay, the switch case has this enum inputted, only those constants in the enum has to be approved, other things will not be approved. Here also you can only provide either black, okay, colors dot blue. Okay, if you say colors dot blue, what will happen? Color is blue will be printed. You see, color is blue got printed. If I say color dot, it colors is an enum, guys. Okay, here colors is an enum. From the enum, what is possible, that only they will come here. Okay, you cannot select other things outside this enum. Colors dot, if I say white, okay, right click, run as Java application. Can you provide something here? Colors dot, let's say green. Can you provide green here? You are already getting an error. This is not possible. It's asking you to create a constant named green inside this enum so that it will allow. Otherwise, it will not allow. Fine. That's the thing, guys. So color dot, only these things. This is how the enum will be implemented with the switch case, guys. So hope guys you understood how to use enum with switch case and how does it restrict the other possibilities. Okay, outside the enum, how does it restrict inside the switch case as part of creating the cases and all, and only the constant specified in the enum will be allowed as cases in the switch case. And if you try to create any constant which is not there in the enum, switch case will not accept. And also there is no need of default case in the switch case if you use enum with the switch case. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to implement runtime polymorphism, also known as dynamic method dispatch in Java. This runtime polymorphism is possible in Java because of this method overriding concept. Now let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open Eclipse IDE. In the sample project under this package, I'll create a class, say car class. Inside this car class, I'll create a method that is public void start car method. Inside this method, I'll write a sample print statement stating car started. That's it. Now I'll create another class, say BMW. I'll make this BMW class a child class of this car class. How to make this BMW a child class of this car class? I have to say extends car. Okay, simple. Now I'll create a method public void start car. So as you can see, the name of this method is same as the name of the method that is already there in the parent class. That means this method which is created in the child class is going to override the method in the parent class. Here you can even write at the rate override. Now here inside the start car method which is there in the child class, I'll write a sample print statement stating BMW started. Let's say if this particular method is called, okay, if this particular method which is there in the car class is called, then car started will be printed. If this particular method which is same as the method that is there in the parent class is called, then BMW started will be printed, right? So let me create one more class. I'll say RD class, and here inside the RD class also, I'll create a sample method which looks same. Okay, here parent class is also is having the start car, and BMW class is also having the start car, and RD class is also going to have the same start car. Let's say public void start car, and here I will say system.out.println RD started, and this method is also will override this method only if this is made the child class. I'll say extends car. Now since it is having the same name as the method that is there in the parent class, this will override. You can even include at the rate override annotation. It's not compulsory, guys. Even though it's overriding, if you want to specifically mention, you can mention. Okay, you'll not get any error because it's overriding the method in the same method in the parent class. Fine. Now let me create a demo class. I'll say public static void main. Here I'll drag it, and here inside the main method, I'll create an object for the car class. I'll say car C is equal to new car. Okay, I've created an object for the car class. By using this object reference, if I call the start car method, which method will be called? Whether the method start car method which is there in the BMW child class will be called, or the start car method which is there in the child class that is RD class will be called, or the start car method which is there in the parent class car will be called. It will definitely call, since we are creating an object for the car class here and assigning to the variable of the car class, this object reference will definitely call the start car which is there in the car class itself. So car started will be printed. Let's try. Right click, run as the application. You see car started got printed. That means this particular method got called because the object created is for the car class. What if I change this to BMW? Here, even though the variable is declared as car class type, but the object that is assigned to this particular variable C is of BMW. Okay, here you are creating an object for the BMW class and assigning to the variable of the car class. If you use this C dot start car, which method will be called? Whether it will call this method in the car class or this method or this method. Since you create an object for the BMW class, definitely the method, the overridden method, which is there in the BMW class only will be called, guys. Okay, let's try this. Right click, run as Java application. You see, BMW started. Now, what if I say C is equal to new RD? What if I say C is equal to new RD? Here, object is created using the new keyword for the RD class and assigned to the variable of the car class. Now, if I say C dot start car, if I say C dot start car, this method will call the overridden. This particular statement will call the overridden method of the RD class. That is, RD started will be printed, guys, in the output. Right click, run as Java application. You see, RD started got printed in the output. Okay. Now, if I say C is equal to new car, and if I say C dot start car, this time, since we are creating an object for the car class, the start car method, this particular statement will call the start car method, which is there in the car class. That is, car started will be printed. Right click, run as Java application. Okay. Based on the type of object you are creating and assigning to that particular parent class variable, that particular method in that particular class is being called, guys. This concept is known as runtime polymorphism. Okay. So which methods need to be called is decided while you are running this code. Okay. When you are running this code during the runtime, Java is deciding based on the object created and assigned to this variable of the parent class. Java is deciding which method to be called. That's why it is called as runtime polymorphism. And it's also called as dynamic method dispatch. Okay. Dynamic means runtime. Okay. At runtime, you are deciding which method to be called. Okay. Which method to be dispatched, you are deciding dynamically, that is during runtime. Okay. This concept is possible because of overriding concept, guys. Okay. So this is called as runtime polymorphism. Based on the type of the object that you are creating and assigning to the variable of the class, that particular method, that particular overridden method is being called. This concept is called as runtime polymorphism. Also, it is called as dynamic method dispatch. So hope, guys, you understood what is this runtime polymorphism. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to implement compile time polymorphism in Java. So let's get started. Compile time polymorphism in Java is related to method overloading. Let me now practically demonstrate this compile time polymorphism for you. I'll first open this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample project, and inside this sample project, I have already created some classes, class A and demo class. If you look at this class A, there are n number of methods, right? There are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 methods. And if you clearly observe, all these methods are having the same name. That is, here method A is there, here also method A is there. Java is allowing you to create duplicate methods inside the same class if they differ in number of parameters, type of parameters, and the order of the parameters. I'm going to explain. For example, if you observe the first method, it doesn't have any parameters. But why the second method is allowed? Second method having the same name is allowed because here the first method doesn't have any parameters, whereas the second method has a single parameter. This is making the difference. This is called as overloading, guys. Okay. Inside the single class, you can create duplicate methods if they differ in the number of parameters. But if I go to the third method, which is also having the same name, but the type of the parameter is different. If you compare, here also one parameter, here also one parameter, but the type is different. Here int data type is there. Here the parameter is declared double data type. This is making the difference. Still the methods are overloaded. Now, if you come to the fourth method having the same name, they differ in the number of parameters. Okay, this method is having two parameters. All these methods doesn't have two parameters. So method overloading is possible. Now going to the fifth method having the same name. Here int a is there, int b is there, but here for one of the parameter, the type is different. You see, for the second parameter, it's int and here string. So this is making the difference. And coming to the last one is also an overloaded method because the order of the parameters is different. Okay. You see, here int a is there, here string a is there. Okay. Here string b is there, here int b is there. The order of the declaration of this parameters is different. So all these things are making the difference. Okay. Hence, overloading is possible. But what is this compile time polymorphism? So now you understood what is overloading, method overloading, and how it is possible in different ways based on the number of parameters, type of the parameters, and order of the parameters. That's fine. Now here there is another class, guys. Demo class. Inside that we have the main method. Here I created an object for the class A like this. Class A is equal to new class A. Using this object reference, when I am calling method A, which method will be called will be decided by compiler. Okay. Here when I call this method A, which method need to be called from this overloaded methods will be decided by the compiler. How? If you are not passing anything, which method need to be called by the compiler? Method A, which doesn't have any parameters. Okay. If you are passing this single value 5, then out of all these methods, compiler need to choose which overloaded method. The compiler has to choose the second method. Okay. Because it's only having the single parameter and that too in data type. So compiler will choose this overloaded method. Now coming to the third method, if I am passing 5.5, okay, so compiler has to choose this one or this one. Since this parameter is of double type, compiler will choose this overloaded method which is having the double data type declared for the parameter. Okay, so that's why this is called as compile time polymorphism. Compiler will decide which overloaded method need to be called based on the number of parameters, based on the type of the parameters, or here also number of parameters, the order of parameters, etc. Okay. If you are passing 5, Arun string text, compiler will choose this one. Okay. Compiler will choose this method and it will call this method. Okay. So 5 will be going to A and Arun will be going to B. Despite of the same name for the method, compiler will choose based on the parameters. Okay. Based on the number, type, and order of parameters, compiler will choose. That's why it is called as compile time polymorphism. The last one you see, Arun text and 5. Okay. Since this is matching, first argument is matching with the first parameter, hence compiler will choose this one. Now let's run this, guys, to see whether respective methods are being called or not. Right click, run as Java application. You see, first one, general method. If I expand this, inside method A is there, and the second one is printing 5 because here 5 is passed and 5 is printed as it is. When you pass 5.5, this method is called and 5.5 is printed as it is. And when I pass 5, 4, this method is called, this overloaded method is called. 5 is passed to A and 4 is passed to B, and A plus B, that is 5 plus 4, 9 should be printed in the output. Yes, it's being printed. Then if you pass 5, Arun text, 5 will be passed to this A and Arun will be passed to B, and 5 Arun will be printed. And finally, when you pass Arun 5, Arun will be passed to this one, 5 will be passed to this one, and internally it's implemented like this, A plus B. Okay, Arun plus 5, Arun 5 will be printed. So hope guys you understood what is compile time polymorphism. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer, can we override static methods in Java? The simple and straightforward answer for this question is no. We cannot override static methods in Java. Why we cannot override static methods in Java? What is the reason? Let me explain and practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE. Here in this Eclipse IDE, we have this sample Java project. which is already created. Under that, we have a package. Under this package, I'm going to create a class known as car class. Click on finish. Inside this car class, I'm going to create a static method. Public static void start car, like this. Okay, I'll just create a static method. And inside this static method, I'm just going to write a sample print statements stating car started. So far, so good. Now let me create another class, say BMW. Click on finish. Let me drag this to the right side so that you can see both the classes in the Eclipse IDE editor at the same time. Fine. Now I'll try to override this method. How to override this method? For that, first of all, I need to make this BMW class a child class of the car class, right? In order to override this method inside this BMW class, I have to make this BMW class a child class of the car class. How? I have to say extends car. Now BMW has become the child class of the car class. Car has become the parent of the BMW class. Now let me try to override this start car method here. So I'll say public void start car with the same name. I'll try to create a method in the child class. Okay. What is happening? Since this particular method, which is there in the parent class, is of static type, you're already getting an error stating you cannot override the static method from the parent class. If the method in the parent class is a static method, then you cannot override. Why we cannot override a method in the, okay, why we cannot override a static method from the parent class? What is the reason? For that, you have to understand one thing, guys. Okay, static means common. Okay, it should be common, it cannot be specific. This start car method should be common for all the classes. It cannot be specific for each and every class. That's what is the meaning of static, guys. If you can override a method which is of static in the parent class, then what is it common? No. Okay, if you are able to do this, if you are not getting this particular error, then that means you can create specific method start car for each and every child class. But that is not the logic, right? That's not the intention, right? If you provide static here, the method has to be common. It should not be recreated. All the other classes, child classes or whatever the classes, should be able to access this static method, okay, as a common method. Hence, static methods cannot be overridden in Java, guys. So hope guys you understood the answer for this question. Can we override static methods in Java? No. Why? You got the answer. Okay. Static means common. You should not be able to override static methods. And if you are able to override static methods, that means you are creating specific methods. Static means common, which is opposite of specific. Okay. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to implement method hiding in Java. So let's get started. First of all, I will explain what is method hiding. So what is method hiding? Let's say there is a parent class, and for this parent class, there is a child class. Now, in the parent class, we have a method, say method A. Some sample method, say method A. And this method is specified with static keyword. It's a static method. Now, in the child class also, we have the same method, same static method we have in the child class of this parent class. Now, can we say that the method in the child class is overriding the method in the parent class? Can we say? The answer is, for overriding, the answer is no, guys. This method is not overriding the method in the parent class. Why? The reason here is this is not a normal method, it is a static method. Okay. Okay, if you have the same static methods inside the child and parent class, you cannot call this method as a, okay, you cannot call this method is overriding the method in the parent class. Then what we have to call? In case of static methods, we have to say it as method hiding, guys. Okay.
if you have the same static method which is already there in the parent class, then the method in the child class is said to hide the method in the parent class. It's not method overriding, it is method hiding, guys. Okay, there is small difference. Now, let me give you more clarity. Okay, at a high level, explain what is method hiding. Let's go into the details now of several combinations. That is, here we have parent class. Here we have in one of the quarter. Here we have a parent class, and here we have a child class. Okay, let's say there is a static method in the parent class, and there is a same method, but it's not static. The same method A, but it's not static in the child class. So what will happen, guys? In this case, it is a static method, it's a non-static method. Is it possible to create such kind of method in the child class when there is a static method in the parent class? The answer is no. You will get an error. Okay, you will get a compiler error. Okay, you cannot override kind of error you will get. Let me create and show you guys. I'll create a new class, a car class. Here I'll create a static method, say public static method A. Like this, I'll create a static method in the car class. I'll even write a sample print statement stating car started. Okay. So public static, I have to say void. Now let's create another class. Now another class, say BMW class, and I'll make this BMW class a child class of the car class. Okay. Now car class will become the parent of the BMW, and BMW will become the child class of the car class by writing this keyword BMW extends car. Done. Now I'll create the method having the same name, but it will not have the static keyword. Okay. I'll create like this public void method A. You see, the moment when I start creating this method having the same name as a static method in the parent class, okay, since this is a non-static method, you're already getting an error saying that you cannot override. This is not possible. Okay, it's not possible to create such kind of method in the child class having the same name as a static method in the parent class. Okay, non-static method having the same name in the child class cannot be created for the static method in the having the same name in the parent class. Okay, this combination is not possible. Okay, this is not possible, guys. Let's go with the next combination. Next combination is what? In parent class, and here there is a child class. Here what I'm doing, here I'm creating a non-static method in the parent class. Can I create a static method having the same name as of the non-static method in the parent class? Is it possible? This case also you will get an error case. Okay, let's try that. What I will do, simply I'll remove the static here. This will become non-static method, and here I'll simply add static. What's happening, guys? The moment I add static, there is an error coming saying that the static method cannot hide the instance method from the car. This is also not possible. Okay, this combination is also not possible, guys. Now the third combination, that is, just be clear here, guys. Okay, the above two combinations are not possible, so we cannot give any particular name for this. Okay, static method having the same name in the parent class and non-static method having the same name in the child class is not possible. Non-static method having the same name in the parent class and static method having the same name in the child class is also not possible. Okay, we cannot give any particular name because these combinations are not possible. Now let's go with other combinations, other possible combinations. That is, both the classes, that is parent and child classes, if they have the same method name and both are non-static, that means here we have method A, and here also we have method A. Okay, here we have method A, here also we have the method A. Both are non-static methods. Is this possible? Yes, this is possible, guys. and we call it as method overriding, if you remember, right? If a non-static method having the same name is created in the child class, having the same name as a parent class, which is also non-static, then this is called as method overriding. Let's create. Okay, here we have non-static method. Here also I'll remove the static keyword. You see, this is possible. Here I will simply say that this is inside which class? BMW started. I'll simply say BMW started. Fine. All good. Right? Now, in this case, guys, in this case, when I create a new class, a demo class with the main method, I'll just drag it here so that you can see all the classes. In the demo class, I'll create, okay, an object for the car class, like this car C is equal to new car. If I say C dot method A, okay, if I say C dot method A, what will happen, guys? Which method will be called? Method A in the parent class or method A in the child class will be called? Which method will be called in this case? Since we are creating an object for the car class, okay, in this case of method overriding, the method that is there in the parent class based on the object created, okay, to which class you are creating the object, from that class only the method will be called. Just be clear, guys. In case of method overriding, based on the object that you are creating for the class, from the same class itself, the method will be called. That means if you are creating an object for the car class, the method from the car class will be called, not the method from the child class in this case. Okay, run this, you will see that car started message printed. You see car started. Car started is here. Here BMW started. So the method in the parent class is called because you created the object for the parent class itself. What if I say C is equal to new, or else I'll just make it clear. If I say car C is equal to new BMW. Now if I say C dot method A, here which method will be called? So what's happening here? I'm creating an object, create class. It's saying save this. Okay, car C is equal to new BMW. Okay, there is a spelling mistake, guys. My bad. I'll just change it to BMW and I'll just rename file to BMW here. Okay, now it will work fine. Okay, there is a spelling mistake. Okay, fine. Car C is equal to new BMW C dot method A. Now in this case, which method will be called? This method in the parent class or this method in the child class? Since we are creating, this is method overriding. Okay, a non-static method having the same name as a non-static method in the parent class means method overriding. Okay, this method is said to override this method in the parent class. In this case, if you say C dot method A, this method A will be called for the class for which you created the object. Here, using the new keyword, you created the object for BMW class, right? So the method A, which is there inside the BMW class, will be called. Okay, this is in method overriding. This is the case. Run this. You see, BMW started got printed. Now this is all good, guys. Okay. Now let's go with the last case. Okay. Let's go with the last case. That is, here we have parent class. Here we have child class. Now in the parent class, we have the static method having the method A. The same static method having the same name is there inside the child class. So in this case, will we get any error? Any compiler error in this case? The answer is no. This will work fine. This is going to work fine, guys. And here we cannot say this thing as method overriding. Okay. In method overriding, in parent and child classes, both the methods are non-static, having the same name are non-static. But in this combination, in the last one, both the methods are static methods having the same name. This is possible, but this cannot be called as method overriding. Instead, it is called as method hiding, guys. Okay, method hiding. What's the difference then? What's the difference between this method hiding and method overriding? What's the difference? So here, guys, there is small difference. Just add static here. I'll tell you. Just add static on the both sides. That's good. Now here, guys, which method will be called? Tell me. Which method will be called? When both were non-static, when I said c.method A, it was following the object creation. Okay. Based on the class for which you created the object, that particular method from the class was calling. If you created an object for the BMW, in case of method overriding, the method A from the child class was being called. But in this case, the reverse will happen, guys. Okay. In this case, the reverse will happen. The method will be called based on the class declaration here, not the object creation. In case of method hiding, this method will be not called based on the object creation class, but based on the class you are declaring the variable with. So here we are declaring the C with car class. So this method A will be called from car class, even though you created the object for the child class, but the method A will be called from the parent class only. That is car class only. Run this, right click, run as the application. You see car started got printed. Hope you understood what is the difference now between the method overriding and method hiding. Okay. So class reference here, object reference. Based on the object reference, the particular method from the either child or parent class will be called. Here class reference. Okay. So which class was declaring that particular variable, based on that only the method will be called. So in both the cases, if I even create car is equal to new car, here also you are declaring this variable with car class. So method A will be called from car class only. Okay, there's no other way. Hope guys you understood all the differences between the method overriding and method hiding. What exactly is method overriding and what is the method hiding? In case of static methods, having the same static methods in the parent and child, it's method hiding, guys. Having non-static methods having the same name in the parent and child, that is method overriding, guys. Okay. And also, you know which methods will be called. Okay. Here methods will be called based on the object creation statements, whereas here methods will be called based on the class which is declaring that particular variable. Okay. Class declaration, here object creation. Fine. Now you have understood all these questions. Okay. You got the answer for all these questions. What is method hiding? Okay. Can we override these things and all those stuff? Okay. Different 4 combinations. Now, what is method overriding and what is method hiding and what is the difference you understood now? Now, let's try to understand. Method hiding will fall into runtime polymorphism or compile type polymorphism. Does it fall into runtime polymorphism or compile time polymorphism? Method hiding will fall into the compile time polymorphism, guys. Okay. Whereas method overriding falls into runtime polymorphism. Okay. Dynamic method dispatch or runtime polymorphism is possible via method overriding, whereas method hiding will fall into the compile time polymorphism category. Okay. Method overloading and method hiding falls into the compile time polymorphism. Okay. This is already explained, right? Method hiding is based on reference type or object type. Method overriding is based on object type, based on the type of the based on the object created for that class. That particular method from that particular object created class is being called in method overriding. Whereas method hiding, it's not about the object type, it's about the reference type. Okay, which class is declaring the variable in the object creation statement, right? Based on that only, the particular method is being called. Okay, so I have practically demonstrated all these concepts for you already. So hope guys you understood what is method hiding and how it is different from method overriding. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate the use of creating the default methods inside interfaces. So let's get started. From Java 8 onwards, we can create the default methods inside interfaces. What does this mean? Let me explain. If you compare till Java 1.7, what is the state of the interface? And from Java 1.8, that is Java 8 onwards, what is the state of the interface? Let me compare here. Okay, I'll put the interfaces here. Here also I'll put interfaces. Okay, if you focus on Java 1.7, we have interfaces and abstract classes, right? Abstract classes are known for partial abstraction. Partial abstraction, what does it mean? Here inside the abstract classes, you can create the methods having the method body and without having the method body. Okay, you can only declare the methods, and also at the same time you can define the methods. Method having the method body and without having the method body can be created inside the abstract class. That is partial abstraction. But coming to the methods that are created inside the interfaces, none of the methods inside the interfaces can have a method body. That means only declaration of the methods is possible in interface. That's why we call it as full abstraction. We cannot create any method body for any of the methods inside the interface. But coming to the Java 1.8, okay, that is Java 8 onwards, default methods got introduced in interface. We can create the default methods inside the interfaces, because of which it's no more full abstraction, guys. It's no partial abstraction. Okay, so that means using default methods, we can provide the method body. We can define the methods. We can provide the body to the methods. Okay, if you specify default keyword before the methods, then you can provide the method body even inside the interfaces. Apart from providing the method body inside the abstract classes, you can also provide the method body for the methods that are there inside the interfaces from Java 1.8. That is all because of default methods, guys. Okay, it's no more full abstraction. Default methods in interfaces from Java 1.8 onwards can have method body. Okay, but why Java has introduced this default methods concept from Java 1.8 onwards? That is Java 8 onwards. Why these default methods got introduced? Why full abstraction is no more in interfaces? There is a reason, guys. Okay, there is a reason. Okay, so to understand the reason, I'll open this Eclipse IDE. I'll create some. Okay, I have the latest version of Java, guys, which is above 1.7. I'll create a interface here. So I'll create an interface, say animal interface. Click on finish. Now inside this animal interface, okay, if I create a normal method, void, okay, void it, okay, and if I try to create a body, if I try to specify the method body for this method, normal method, I'm getting a compiler error saying abstract methods do not specify a method body. That means interface is not allowing you to create a method body for the normal methods. But again, I'll create one more method. Let's say lex, okay, and I'll try to create method body again. Again, the compiler is shouting at you saying that abstract methods do not specify a body. There is a way to overcome this problem, guys. Simply add the default keyword here. Now it will allow. Okay. You see, when you create the default specified methods inside the interface, you can provide the method body. Okay, system.out.println animal, all animals will have 4 legs. I can write down. Okay, so like this, you can create the default methods inside the interface from Java 1.8 onwards. I'm using the latest version of Java. Fine. Okay, so the thing is, why these default methods are required? Okay, why the default methods are introduced in an interface from Java 1.8, that is Java 8 onwards. Let me explain. Let's say without default methods, what will happen? So let's say this particular animal interface only have one abstract method for now. Let me create some child classes for this abstract, for this particular interface, animal interface. Let me create some child classes which are implementing this animal interface. So I'll create different type of animals now. I'll create a dog, click on finish, and I'll just move it somewhere. So I'll just move it to the right side. And what I will do is I will just implement, okay, dog implements. I will make this dog a child class of this animal interface. So dog implements, I'll say animal. Okay, so the moment I implement the animal, you see I'm getting an error saying that this dog is a subclass of this interface. So it has to implement the abstract methods of the interface. Okay, for the mouse, you see add unimplemented methods of the parent interface. And the moment I click on this, you see it is coming. Okay, whatever the abstract method that is there in the parent interface coming here. Okay, So here I'll write down a print statement stating I'll just provide here something like system.out.println. Okay, dog is eating. Okay, dog is eating. Done. Now similarly, I'll create one more child class for this animal interface. I'll just name this cat. Name this as cat. Okay, click on finish. And here also I'll make this cat implements animal. Okay, animal. That's fine. Okay. So here also I'm getting the same error. It's saying that we have to implement the animal. Save it. Add unimplemented methods. Here also I have to say system.out.println. I'll just write a sample statement saying cat is eating. That's okay. I'll create one more thing. Like I'll say new class. I'll name this class as frog. Click on finish. I'll say frog implements the parent interface, that is animal again. Okay. Again, we have to implement the unimplemented abstract methods inside the parent interface, that is eat. Okay. Add an implement. Again, here I'll say system.out.println sample statement I'm writing frog is eating. Cool. So far so good. Okay. We have 3 child classes for this particular interface. I'll create one more, guys. Okay. So class, I'll say fish. Similarly, I'll say fish implements animal. Fish implements animal. Again, the same thing. We have to add the unimplemented methods of the. Okay, I'm doing this with an intention, guys. I'm creating a lot of child classes for the parent animal interface with an intention, guys. So bear with me. So fish is eating. Done. So far so good, guys. Okay, we have good number of child classes for the animal interface. That's okay. I'll close all this stuff. Now, one fine day, what I will do is I will add one more method in an interface. Okay. After creating so much of subclasses for this parent interface, one fine day I decided to add one more method. Okay, one more abstract method. The moment I create this abstract method inside the animal interface, all the child classes are giving the error. Can you see that? The moment I create an abstract method inside an interface, new abstract method, after a long time, one fine day I decided to add one more abstract method inside a animal interface. I want to modify the interface by adding a new abstract method. What happened, guys? All the child classes which are dependent on this animal interface, parent interface, are giving the error. Let's assume the scenario where we are working on a very complex and very large project where for a particular interface, there are hundreds of child classes specified. Okay. Assume that in real time, there's a very large and complex project where for a particular interface, there are hundreds of child classes. Just by modifying an interface by adding a single abstract method will disrupt everything. Okay. Will destroy everything, right? You see all the child class, all the hundreds of those child classes in that very complex project will give an error in the same way. That is a problem, guys. You cannot modify the interface. If you have to modify, a lot of maintenance work. You have to go through each and every child class of this interface and update. That's the problem till Java 1.7. But Java guys have decided to resolve this from Java 1.8. That is from Java 8 onwards. They introduce something known as default methods. So if in case after a long time, when the project grows very big and you have lot number of child classes for a particular interface, and if you still want to modify that interface by adding some methods, then instead of creating that abstract method, at that time you will create default void flex. Okay, understood, guys? And save. You are introducing a new method after a long time when hundreds of methods, hundreds of child classes are there for this interface. Still, there is no problem. Okay, still you can add this default method. Okay, without any problem you can add, guys. Are there any child classes which are giving any error now? No, because this one has a method body. Default method has a method body. So here I'll simply say system.out.println. Okay, I'll say animal has 4 legs. Okay, all animals have 4 legs. I'm writing this here. Okay, this is possible, guys. You see, without any problem, I'm able to modify the interface by adding a new method after a long time. Okay, when the project is already grown, when the project has already gone very big and it has become very complex, still I'm able to add the methods. I am able to modify the interface by adding the default methods. That is the case, guys. Now, there may be another problem. That is, you see, fish doesn't have any legs. Okay, by creating this method inside the interface, okay, there is a problem, right? You mentioned all the animals have 4 legs, but this is not all the case for all the child classes which are implementing this interface. So in that case, guys, what we'll do is inside the fish class, we are going to override this default method. How? Open the fish and say override that. Okay, public void legs. Okay, I'm going to override the default method in the parent interface. I am saying add the rate override. This is possible, guys, not a problem. Okay, system.out.println. I'll simply say fish doesn't have any legs. Okay, fish doesn't have any legs. All the other animals can have legs. Okay, I'm not going to create this override method in the cat, dog, and frog because cat, dog, and frog will have 4 legs. But coming to the fish, it is a special category where fish doesn't have any legs. So fish doesn't have any legs. Okay, like this you can override also. You can override the default methods also. So hope, guys, you understood the actual use of creating the default methods inside an interface. Okay, if the default methods are not there, if one fine day after the project grows very big, if you create an abstract method inside an interface by modifying the interface, all the child classes which are implementing the interface will throw the error, and it is a very headache task or the lot of maintenance where you have to go to each and every child class of the interface and try to implement those methods. Now you don't have to. Now the child classes doesn't have to actually implement the methods, right? Is the child class cat is implementing the default method? No, right? It's not required. It's not required. Okay, that's the case. So such kind of things, if you want to achieve, you have to create the default methods inside an interface, which is possible from Java 1.8. That is Java 8 onwards. This is possible, guys. Okay, so yes, default methods can be overridden. I have already demonstrated it for you. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate the use of creating the static methods inside an interface. So let's get started. As explained in the previous session, we can create default methods having some method body in an interface from Java 8 onwards. Similarly, we can also create static methods inside an interface from Java 8 onwards, that is Java 1.8 onwards. We can create the static methods inside an interface. Let me practically show you how we can create the static methods inside an interface first. For that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE, and here we have an interface, guys, which is already created, public interface name. Inside this interface, I am going to create a static method. So firstly, I'll create a normal method, guys. So public void it. Okay, I'll first create a normal method, which is not a static method. The moment I try to create a body for this method like this, okay, body and some statement inside the body. So let's say animal is eating. Okay, if I create something like this, you see, I'm already getting an error saying that abstract methods do not specify a body. All the methods by default in an interface are abstract type. So you cannot provide body, but there is an exception. If you add the static keyword here, the moment you added the static keyword, you see, interface is allowing you to create a method having some method body. So this proves that we can create static methods in an interface. This is possible from Java 8 onwards. Fine. But what is the purpose, guys? What is the purpose of creating such kind of static methods inside an interface, which is similar to the default methods inside an interface? The purpose of creating the static methods is that this method should not be overridden in the child classes. Okay. As we already know, static methods cannot be overridden in the child classes. Okay. So in interface also, we can create the static methods with some body, and these methods should not be overridden in the child classes. For such kind of requirements, real-time requirements, we have to create static methods inside an interface. But how to access this particular method from an interface? Very simple, guys. So since it is a static, we have to use a interface name to access this method. Okay, let me show you. I'll first create a new class, a demo class with some public static void main method. I'll just drag it so that you can see both the classes. Here we have the interface having some static method, and now this side we have the demo class having the main method. Inside this main method, I'm going to access this eat. Okay, eat function of this eat method of this animal. How? Using the interface name. So I'll simply say animal dot eat. That's it. Okay, animal dot eat. It's as simple as that. Okay, you have to use the interface name to access this static method, which is created inside the interface. Now run this code. Animal is eating will be printed in the output. You see, animal is eating is printed in the output. So hope guys you understood why we have to create the static methods in an interface and how it is possible from Java 8 onwards. So that's it guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to implement try with resources in Java. So let's get started. In the Java versions which were less than 1.7, okay, the Java versions which were less than 1.7, we used to face a problem guys. That is, when we create a resource inside a try block, we have to close that inside the finally block like this case. Okay, when you create a try block like this, and inside this try block, when we create a resource, let's say by creating an object for the file reader class, a resource will be created. File reader fr is equal to new file reader. Like this, if you create an object for the file reader class, this will create a resource which will consume the memory. Okay, and what we have to do is to overcome that problem, we have to close this resource in the finally block. Okay, we have to close the resource in the finally block as part of the good or best practice. So let's say there's a catch block, and here at the end of the catch block, we generally create a finally block. Inside the finally block, we have to close the resource. Okay, like this, we have to close the resource. But by providing this additional finally block and closing this particular resource, what's happening is it is increasing the complexity of the program. Okay, the complexity of the program is increasing and the program is becoming less readable. Okay, and the number of lines of coding got increased also. Okay, code lines got increased. This is a problem guys. To overcome this problem, Java has introduced a new feature in the Java 1.7 version. That is nothing but try with resources. Because of this new feature, we no more have to create this finally block, and the resource will get closed automatically. Okay, if you use try with resources instead of this try catch, okay, instead of this general try, if you use this try with resources, you don't have to specifically or explicitly close this resource by creating this finally block. This is not no more required, and this will make the code look simple and a better readable, and also the number of lines of code will get reduced. Now let me demonstrate this practically guys. I'll open this Eclipse IDE. Inside this project, here I'll create a new class, say demo class, and I'll select this public static void main. It will auto generate the main method. Inside this main method, first I'll write a statement like file reader. I'll create a resource guys. Immediately I'm going to create a resource. File reader fr is equal to new file reader. When I create an object for this file reader class in Java, I have to import it first. You see, the constructor says that it cannot be empty. We have to provide the path of the file. So here I'll provide double quotes. Inside this, I'll provide the path of a file. Let's say there is a abc.txt file is there and it has some text. Okay. So right click on this sample file and copy this path and paste it here and say /abc.txt. Okay, that's it. Now still we are getting an error inside this constructor, right? Over the mouse here, and it says that you have to surround this with the try catch block or you have to throw the declaration. So we have to select the try catch. Okay, surround with try catch. So I created the try catch. Okay, I selected the try catch, and you see this particular statement got added inside the try block, and there is a associated catch block, and there is a associated catch block. That's fine. Now here, if you see, there is a warning coming. Okay, there is a warning message coming here. When I hover the mouse, it says that it is not used. Okay. The value of the local variable fr is not used. Let's use it, guys. Okay. I'll use it. Okay. Fr dot read. Okay. Simply fr dot read. Now there's one more problem coming. It's saying surround with try catch or something. Instead of that, I'll simply change this to exception, guys, so that you'll not get any more exceptions. So that's gone. But still, this is giving the warning message. fr is giving the warning message. Over the mouse here, it says fr is this resource leak is there. You have to close it. Okay, we have to close it. To do that, before the Java versions, okay, before the Java 1.7, that is the versions which are less than 1.7, we have to here create a finally block. You have to create a finally block, and here have to say fr dot close, like this I have to say. But the problem here is this fr is not accessible in this finally block because this is enclosed inside a try block. Okay, the fr is there created inside the try block. So what I will do is I'll make it global a bit. I'll just take this outside this part. I'll just move it outside and assign it with null. And here I'll remove this file reader and fr is equal to new file reader. It will happen. That's fine. Now I can say fr dot will get the method. That's fine. But still you are getting some error. Unhandled exception type. Again, you have to surround with try catch block. Okay. This particular statement also you have to surround with try catch block. Select this and it got surrounded with try catch block. I'll remove this comment. Just I make it look good. Fine. You see the complexity of the code. Okay. The complexity of the code got increased like anything here, right? This looks very complex. Okay. The simple operation has become very complex just because of closing the resources by creating this extra finally block. Okay. This extra finally block is making the things complex, look complex. Okay. Even though the code is very simple. Okay. It become the readability got decreased and complexity got increased and the number of lines of the code got increased and which looks very complex. This is a problem, guys. This is a problem. Okay. Before the Java version 1.7, this is a problem. Now to solve this problem, we have to use try with resources feature which got introduced in Java in the version 1.7. For that, I'll comment this out, guys. Okay. From here to here, I'll comment it out. Okay. This code got commented. Now let me freshly write down the code. Let me freshly write down the code. So I have to say try with resources. Okay. This is the syntax of the try with resources, guys. Try. Besides that, you have to provide the circular brackets and this is a try block. Here, what you have to do inside this, what you have to write inside this, you have to say file reader fr is equal to, okay, is equal to, here itself we have to create the object. Okay, is equal to new file reader up to here. Just copy paste here. File reader fr is equal to new file reader. Okay, import this. Done. Here it is saying you have to add a catch block. Okay, catch. So add catch class. Oh, sorry guys. Let me add catch. I'll say exception e, like this. I'll add. You see the error is gone. Whatever the error that is coming, because once you created a catch block for this try block, the error is gone. Simple. Let me use this statement. Okay, let me use this somewhere here fr dot read. Okay, there's no problem here. And here I will say e dot. If any exception comes, I will say e dot print stack trace. This statements will be printed. That's it, guys. You don't have to do anything. Okay, you don't have to create a finally block like this. This much complex finally block you don't have to create. Okay, so automatically the resource will be closed. You see, you are not getting any warning message from the Java to close this fr, and there is no finally block also. Okay, this is how we have to implement try with resources in Java, which got introduced in the version 1.7 of Java. Okay, you see the code looks very simple, right? There is no finally block and the code will look simple. Whether the exception comes or if the exception doesn't come, the fr resource will be closed automatically because of this try with resources. Hope guys you understood what is try with resources and how to implement it in Java and how it simplifies the program and how it reduces the complexity and makes the makes to write the code in very less number of lines. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to implement user-defined exceptions in Java. So let's get started. In Java, we have several predefined exceptions, but sometimes we cannot use these predefined exceptions for our programming needs. So let me take an example where a user defined exception is required in our programs. I'll do this with a practical demonstration. For that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE. I'll create a class, say demo class, and I'll create a main method inside this demo class. I'm auto generating it. I'll remove this comment. Now here, let me write a program which states int age is equal to 5. Okay. I'm just assigning the age as 5 for now. Now I'm writing some programming requirement where I'm checking whether the age is greater than 10. Okay. If age is greater than 10, then I should not allow. Let's assume that, guys. Let's assume there is a children park. Okay. There is a children park. Only the children who has the age up to 10 should be allowed into this park. If someone more than the age of 10 try to enter into this park, we'll stop them. Okay. Programmatically, we have to throw an exception, a customized or user defined exception we have to throw. In this case, we cannot use the predefined exceptions. Okay. In this case, we cannot use some predefined exceptions. Rather, we'll create some our own user defined or customized exceptions, which will throw when a person having the age more than 10 tries to enter into the park. Okay. So now int age is equal to 5. If age is greater than 10, then I have to throw an exception. Okay. Throw new. What is the exception I want to throw? More age. Okay. I want to throw more age exception. Is this more age exception a predefined exception? No. Right. But we can create this kind of customized exception. Let it be there. Let the error come. Not a problem. Here I'll put a message saying age needs to be less than 11. Okay. To enter into our park, age need to be less than 11. That is a message I want to show. When the exception comes, this is a message that should be displayed in the exception details. Okay. That's it. Now, but since this particular thing is a user defined or customized exception, we are getting this error, guys. Okay. If it is a predefined exception, we will not get this kind of exception. For example, if I give exception here, exception is a predefined, right? You see, I'm not getting error. Okay, this is okay. This is okay. That's fine. But you see, I'm not getting error. So what if I give more age exception? This is a customized and user defined exception, which doesn't exist in the Java. So can I create such kind of more age exception? Yes, there is a possibility, guys. So what I will do is I'll create another class, right click new class. I'll just call this with the same name, that is more age exception, right? I'll just write down more age exception and click on finish. The class got created. The class with the name more age exception got created. But here is the rule, guys. Okay. Here is the rule. If you want this particular thing to work, I'll just drag it here so that you can see both the code. So this is the Java code and this is exception, user defined exception code. So here what we have to do is we have to make this more age exception a child class of exception class, predefined exception class in Java. Okay. This is number one thing. Okay. You have to extend the exception class in Java. And second thing is inside this more age exception class, you see still the error is not gone. Still the error is not gone. It will be gone in a while. I have to create a constructor, guys. The constructor will have the same name as a class name, right? Public more age exception. Constructor will not have any return type and it will simply have the name of the class as it is. So here I'll say string message and inside this I'll say super of MSG. Okay. Super of this message. So here whatever the message you are passing, okay, whatever the message you are passing, that will go here and it will be passed to the super constructor. Who is the parent of this more age exception? Exception. So it will work there like that. Okay. Save this. Now what we have to do is over the mouse, you see it says throws and all. So I'll do one thing. I'll just surround this with try catch block. Okay. I'll surround this with try catch block. Try catch. Here I will say more age exception E. You see the error is already gone and I'll say E dot print stack trace. That's it. Okay. So here which exception I'm using, guys? I'm using more age exception. Okay. I'm using more age exception, which is a customized exception. If you have to create such kind of customized exception, you have to extend that class with this exception class. And here you have to create a constructor like this, which will call this super constructor. Super constructor belongs to the exception class because exception is a parent of the more age class. You see, now the things are okay. Now save this. You don't have any errors. Now let me run this code. Let me run this code, guys. The code will work seamlessly. So if the age is not greater than 10, you will not get any exception. Okay, it will work. Right click run as Java application, you will not get any exception. You say nothing will happen in the output, you will not get anything. But the moment you say 15, okay, a person having the age 15 cannot enter into the park. If he tries to enter, 15 greater than 10 will be triggered, and because of that, the exception that is customized and user defined exception will be thrown. Okay, so the exception is created here, so it will work. Right click run as Java application. You see the exception will be thrown. Which exception got thrown? More age exception got thrown, which is a customized and user defined exception. And it says that the message is coming here. Age needs to be less than 11. Okay, at which line we got this exception? At the Java 12th line. That is here. Here it is thrown, guys. Okay, at this particular line 12, it is thrown. So this is how, guys, we can create our own customized or user defined exceptions in Java. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to implement file input stream and file output stream for performing file reading and file writing operations in Java. So let's get started. In one of the earlier sessions in the same Java series, I have covered file handling topic in a detailed manner, but I have not demonstrated how to implement file input stream and file output stream there. Now let me demonstrate this file input stream and file output stream in this session. So let's begin the practical demonstration. I'll first open this Eclipse IDE. Here we have a sample Java project. I'll create a new class here, say demo class, new class, say demo class. I'll select this public static void main. I'll auto generate the main method. Now here inside this main method, before I demonstrate file input stream and file output stream for file reading and file writing, we have to first create a file under this project. For creating the file, I'll be writing the code. Okay, I'll be writing the code for creating the file under this project in Java. Okay, how to write the code? Before I create the file, we need to represent the file in Java, guys. Okay, how to represent the file in Java? We have to create an object for the file class. File is equal to new file like this. Okay, we need to create an object for the file class in Java. Hover the mouse and import this file from java.io package. And here, this constructor cannot be empty. Here we have to provide the name and extension of the file that you want to create or represent under this project. Okay, so let's say abc.txt. Okay, or we can say other, instead of giving abc, guys, I'll say sample.txt. Okay, that will be better. So here we are not creating the file. We are only representing the file. This statement is only representing the file, guys. Okay, it's not creating it. It's not yet created. Representing the file only. But how to create this represented file, which is having the sample name and txt under this project? For that, we have to write this code, guys. If the above file doesn't exist, okay, if this particular file not of file dot exist, I have to write. That means not of file of exist means if this particular file opposite of exist is not exist, right? If the file doesn't exist, then you have to create the file. How to create the file? For creating the file, you have to say file dot create new file. This statement will create the file, guys. Okay, this statement is only representing the file, but this statement is going to create the file if the file is already not there in this project. Okay, the file doesn't exist under this project, this particular statement will create the file. That is the meaning of this statement. But you are getting an error, guys. So it's asking you to, Java is asking you to surround this with try catch block for exception handling. But if I do so, it will make the code look complex. So for a while, I'll say add throws declaration. At the end of the program, I'll remove this and surround this with try catch block. Okay, this statement with try catch block. So for now, guys, this is the code for creating the file in Java. So save here and run this code, guys. So if I refresh here before running the code, if I refresh here, you see there is no file coming with this name sample.txt. But if I run this code here, right click run as Java application, the code has been run. Now refresh the project. you see the sample.txt file got created under the demo project. Okay, sample.txt file got created under the demo project. Okay, so this is a code for creating the project, guys. The creating the file, guys, under the project. Now let me write the code for. Now let me write the code for writing some text into the file. Okay, writing the text into the above created file using file output stream. Okay, I'm going to write the text into this above created file using the file output stream. How to do that? For that, we have to first create an object for the file output stream class first. FOS is equal to new file output stream, like this. You have to create an object. Over the mouse, import this file output stream from java.io. And this constructor cannot be empty, guys. Here we have to provide the above created file. Okay, into this file, if you want to write the text. So before writing the text, guys, let me open the sample.txt. You see nothing is there. Okay, now copy this file and provide it here. So into this particular file, this file output stream is going to write the text. Okay, is going to enter the text or write the text into this file. How? For that, guys, what text you want to enter? You have to write down what text. Let's say string text. Okay, text to be entered or text to be written. Okay, let's say written into the file. Text to be written is equal to, here I'll give the text. Okay, I'll give the text as my name is Arun Motori. Okay, like this I'll give the text. Fine. So if this particular text need to be written into this particular file, at this moment it's not there, as I already shown you. So what I have to do is I have to use this object reference FOS dot. I have to use the method known as, I have to call the method known as write method. Okay, which belongs to this file output stream. Here inside this write method, I have to copy this text to be written, and this will give an error, guys. Okay, this cannot take this format. So what we have to do is you have to say text to be written dot get bytes. Okay, you have to append this with get bytes, then it will be written. That's it, guys. So for the safe side, you can also add FOS.flush. Okay, after writing, you have to say FOS.flush so that the text will be written into the file. So this is optional, but you can add to make sure it is really written into the file. Okay, fine. Anyhow, so at the end, guys, after you write the text and after you are done with this FOS object, there is a warning coming. As part of the best practice, you see, if you don't close this, the resource leak is happening. Okay, still the program will work, guys, but as part of the best practice, you have to close this object. Okay, for that, at the end of this operations, you have to say FOS dot close. That's it. Okay, FOS dot close. Save this. Now run this, guys. Right click, run as Java application. Okay, the run has been done. Now refresh this project. Now open this file. You see, whatever the text we have written here has been written into this sample.txt file with the help of file output stream, right? We have used file output stream for writing the text into this text file. That's one thing. Now we have to know how to read the text from the same file. Okay, so we have to read the text from the file. So for that, guys, what I will do is I'll just remove this. Okay, I'll remove this and I'll write the code for reading the text. Okay, reading the text from the file, from this particular file, how to read the text. Okay, using file input stream. File input stream. Okay, file input stream is for reading, file output stream is for writing. Okay, so we have to create an object for the file input stream first. File input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream, and here over the mouse on file input stream and import this file input stream from java.io package, and this constructor cannot be empty. From which file we want to read the text? For example, this particular file has my name is Arun Motori text. I want to read this and print in the output. Okay, for that we have to provide the file. Okay, file which is having the text. This is a file. Now here I will say FIS dot read. Okay, I will say FIS dot read. But when you hover the mouse on this read function, guys, it is returning you not text, guys. Okay, this read function is not returning you the text, but it is returning you some int. What is this int? What will happen if I print it out? For example, if I say system.out.println, if I provide this inside this print statement, what will happen? Let's see that first. Okay, step by step we are going to learn. Okay, if I am going to print this fis.read, what is going to print? It's going to print some integer value. What is that value? Why it is printing like that? Let's see. Java application. You see 77 is getting printed, guys. Okay. So if I open this file, guys, what is the first letter here? M. Okay. If I open the browser and search for ASCII table, and search what is the number for M. Okay. In the ASCII table, I'll just open this ASCII tables from somewhere, guys. Let me open the ASCII table. Yeah, here is ASCII table. So the first letter was M, right? What is the associated ASCII value for this capital letter M, guys? 77. That's why here in the output we got 77. So what we have to do to make this to make the character being printed for that particular ASCII number? So here we have to cast it with char. Okay, char of, you have to provide the casting here, char casting. Before this fis.read, we have to say char. Okay, now this ASCII value will be converted to the character and printed. This time when I run this code, guys, you'll see m letter will be printed. Okay, only m, that is the first letter of this particular text, got printed. But what about other letters? For other letters, guys, you have to copy paste this one. Okay, copy paste my, again copy paste like this. Keep on copy pasting, guys, keep on copy pasting. So how many statements you copy paste, that many letters will come. But this is not a good approach, I know, but still let's run my name like this. It is coming. Okay, so but this is not a good approach, right? What I will do here is, instead of writing like this, I'll remove all this stuff. Here we'll implement a while loop, guys. Okay, to make this possible, we'll implement a while loop. While here uh, I'll say I is equal to, or yeah, I is equal to, int I is equal to fis.read. Okay, because this is giving some integer value, right? Fis.read is giving some integer value. I'll first say int I is equal to, I'll store that integer value into I. Now here I'll say I equal to -1. Okay, double equal to -1. So when do you get -1? When all the text is completed. Okay, when this read method has read all the one by one characters and it reaches after this here, after all the characters are completed here, finally when there is nothing to be read from this particular file, it will give you -1. Okay, so here I'll provide a not symbol and I'll surround this with circular brackets. Okay, if this comparison is not true, that means if -1 is not returned. Okay, if this particular fis.read has not returned -1, then continue this loop, guys. Okay, then continue this loop. If this I is not -1, that means there is some text here that can be read. Okay, there are some characters here that can be read. That's why I'm writing, if it is not, if the I is not -1, then continue the loop. And since we already read this first character into the I, and if that I is not equal to -1, there is some later, means 77 came last time, right? So 77 is not equal to -1, so we'll go inside the while loop. Here I will say char c is equal to char. Okay, I'll just convert this, I'll typecast this of I. Okay, like this I'll say. Okay, I'm just converting this 77 into m here. Okay, now here I will say system.out.println. Instead of println, I will make it print, guys, because there are not a lot of characters to be printed. Otherwise it will be printed like this, new lines. Okay, I don't want the letters to be printed in new lines. Instead I'll use a print statement, and here I will just simply copy C here. Okay, now before it goes to the next iteration, I'll again say I is equal to fis.read. Okay, I'll again say fis.read. It will read the next character. Okay, after printing the first character, it will read the next character into the, that is an integer ASCII value. I will be coming here again. If it is a character, it will not be -1. Again we'll go into the while loop. Again we'll be converting that ASCII value into the character, and that character we are printing. Like that we are going till the end of the statement. Once all the characters are coming, finally -1 will come. When the -1 happens, okay, so we'll come out of the while loop. That's the logic, guys. Now here, since we are done reading the complete text from that particular file, I'll be closing this, guys. Okay, I'll be closing this resource as part of the best practice. Close. Done. Now save this and run this code. Right click, run as Java application. You see, whatever the text that has been read from this particular text file has been printed in the output. Okay, this logic is working. Now guys, I was saying about this throws, right? I'll remove this. You'll get all the exceptions now. You'll get all the exceptions. What are the exceptions here? You see this particular thing is giving an exception. So we can surround this with try catch block. Okay, hover the mouse and say try catch. So I was not showing this earlier because this will make the code to look complex, guys. Okay, even the code is simple, it will make the code look complex. Okay, because of the more lines of code. Okay, this is enough. And anywhere we are getting the problem here, guys. Okay, here surround with try catch block. Okay, this is another try catch block, and here again you are getting surround. Okay, wherever you get the problem, just surround that with try catch block. Here it's saying initialize a variable. Let's do that. Here is equal to null. I will say. Okay, initially it's null. And remove this. So you see, after implementing try catch blocks, it looks kind of right. Here we have to initialize a variable. Just select that I is equal to 0 got initialize. Any other here also try catch block. You see, a lot of try catch blocks are required here, right? That's the problem, guys. So fine, guys. Okay, we have implemented all the try catch blocks. Still the program will work, and this also requires try catch block. You see, a lot of try catch blocks are required. Fine. Now save this. Still it will work. The program will work after adding the try catch blocks. Run this. You'll get the my name is Arun Motori printed in the output. That is a text that has been read by this file input stream from this text file. So hope guys you understood how to implement the file input stream and file output stream in Java for performing the file reading and writing operations. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to create hierarchy of directories in Java, and also I will demonstrate the usage of file.separator in Java. So let's get started. First, let's begin with a practical demonstration of creating the hierarchy of directories in Java. What I mean here is, for example, here we have a sample Java project. Under the Java project, using the program, I want to create a folder like this, say folder A. Okay, this is only one folder. Under this folder, I want to create another folder, say folder B. Folder B here is the subfolder of the folder A. Now, under this folder B, I want to create another folder, say folder C. This I want to achieve using the Java program. Okay, hierarchy of folders, I mean. So at a time, I can create this hierarchy of folders in the Java projects using the Java programs. How that is possible? Let me demonstrate now. Right click on this SRC, create a new class, say demo class, select this public static void main. It will auto generate the main method. Now let's write the code. First of all, I will represent the folder paths. Okay, folder A under that folder B under folder C, right? So I'll write like this. Okay, string dars path is equal to like this. Okay, string dars path is equal to, in the double quotes I will say folder A double slash folder B double slash folder C. So under folder A I want to create folder B, under folder B I want to create folder C, and all at a time, guys. Okay, I don't want to create one by one. I want to create at a time. Fine. Now we got the path of the folders that need to be created under this project. That's fine. Now how to represent these particular folders? For that, we need to create an object for the file class in Java. Okay, file dirs is equal to, since there are multiple directories here, I'm just naming this as dirs new file. Now hover the mouse on file and import this file from java.io. And here in this constructor, provide this dirs path. We have successfully represented the hierarchy of folders in this dirs. Okay, using this dirs. Now we have to create them, guys. We have only represented, guys. We have not created. You see, if I run this program, nothing will happen, guys. If I run this program, right click run as Java application, nothing will happen. If you refresh the project also, you'll not get any folders here. But how to create them actually? For that, this is the logic. If not of dirs dot exists. If this particular directories, that is hierarchy of directories, doesn't exist under the project, then create them. How to create? I have to say dirs. Okay, I have to say dirs dot mk instead of using mkdir, I'm going to use mkdirs, guys, because here we have a hierarchy of directories, not a single directory. That's why we have to use mkdirs. Okay, that's it. Now let me save this and run this, guys. Okay, once I run this, the hierarchy of directories will be created in this Java project, Java application. Run it. Yes, done. Now refresh this project. You see folder A is visible under this project. If you expand this, under this folder, you got the subfolder folder B. If you expand that, under the folder B, you got the subfolder folder C. You see a directory of folders got created. That's fine. Now what I want to do next is I want to create a file not directly under the project, but I want to create that particular file under the folder C directly. How to create that? For that, guys, we have to create a file. Okay, we have to represent a file. Say file is equal to new file. Okay, like this, I have to represent a file. So here there is a constructor, guys. Here we are going to use a different constructor. Okay, different constructor. Instead of only providing one value here, what we'll do here is first we'll provide where the file has to be created. What is the path where the file has to be created? The file has to be created under this folder C. So I'll be giving this dirs. Okay, this is a representation of the folder C, right? The complete folder path. So I'll give this dirs here. After that, I'll say comma. Now in the double quotes, I'll provide the name and extension of the file that need to be created under the folder C. Say sample.txt file. Okay. This particular file I want to create under this hierarchy of folders, that is under the folder C, not under the project, guys. Okay. That's why I'm giving dirs here. But here, this is just the representation, guys. But how to create that? Here we have to say if not of file dot exists. If this particular file doesn't exist, that means if this particular file doesn't exist, then create it. Okay. How to create that? You have to say file dot. This is a file, guys. So instead of mkdirs, we are going to use create new file. Okay. That's it. Done. The file will be created. Hover the mouse, instead of representing this surrounding this with try catch block, which will make the code look very complex, what I'm going to do is I'm just adding throws for now, but in real time you just surround this with try catch. Fine. So now save this. Now right click, run as Java application. Once the program is run, right click here and refresh here. You see under folder C, sample.txt file, whatever we mentioned here got created. That's good. Fine. What next? So I have successfully demonstrated how to create hierarchy of directories in Java. Now the next part comes. I'm going to demonstrate the usage of file.separator in Java. What is this file.separator? So here, guys, in this dirs path, we have used double slash. Okay, double slash. This double slash is or will only work for this double slash will only work for Windows operating system. Okay, if you are trying to create such kind of directories in a project in a Windows machine using the Java program, you have to mention double slash. But if you want to create such kind of path in Mac machine or Linux machine, then double slash is not the right choice. What we have to do is we have to use something universal, guys. Okay, instead of this double slash, we are going to use something known as file.separator. Okay, here I'm going to append it properly like this. Folder A plus, instead of double slash, I'm going to use file.separator. Again here plus, again provide this inside the double quotes, and here again say plus, and instead of this we have to write file.separator, and after that again say plus, and here we have folder C, right? That was missing, folder C. Okay, that's it. So this one is file.separator. I'll just select this so that you will not get any issues. Fine. Folder A plus file.separator, folder B plus file.separator plus folder C. This is a universal representation of the double slash, guys. Okay, if you use double slash will only work for Windows machine. What about Linux and Mac machine? If you use the same program in Linux or Mac, this file.separator will be same everywhere. So it's a universal separator. Instead of using double slash, try to use file.separator wherever possible, guys. Okay, this will still work. We'll do one thing. I'll just delete all these folders and delete all these files and save these and run this. Let's see whether this is working still or not. Okay, without double slash, by using the file.separator, we are able to create that folder structure and the file under the folder structure or not. Let it go. Right click, run as Java application. Let's see. The program has run successfully. You see, there is nothing here. Now refresh here. You see, you got a folder. Under that folder, you got folder B. Under the folder B, you got folder C. Under the folder C, you got sample.txt. Okay. The file.separator is a universal separator between the path. Okay. In the paths, you can give file.separator anywhere else. Okay. It will work in all the operating system. So that's all about the practical demonstrations of the topics that I mentioned here, guys. So thank you. Bye.